Bore da a croeso I gyfarfod y bwrdd. Good morning and welcome to the DHCW board meeting. I'm going to start with some housekeeping and let you know that simultaneous translation arrangements are in place, allowing board members to engage in the meeting in either Welsh or English. Therefore, this Zoom meeting will be delivered in a combination of Welsh and English with two audio channels, original and English, available using the globe interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen. If you can understand both Cymraeg and English, please remain on original audio. If you can't understand Cymraeg, you will need to hear an English translation. Please change your channel to English now. Rydym ni'n cynnal cyfarfod y bwrdd heddiw yn rithwyr ac yn darlledu'r cyfarfod yn fyw, gan roi'r cyfle i'r rhai sydd â mynediad at wewilio mewn amser real gan defnyddio dolen arannwyd driw a'n hamrywiol sianel cyn y cyfarfod. Mae hefyd ar gael ar ein gwefan. Yn ogystal, caiff recordiau yn cyfarfod a'i gyhoeddi ar wefan Iechyd a Gofal Digidol Cymru. Felly, os nad ydych ar gael i wylio'r cyfarfod wrth iddo gael ei gynnal, galwch wylio'r fideo drwy glicio ar fideo YouTube ar ein gwefan ar ôl i'r cyfarfod ddod i ben. Diolch. In relation to today's proceedings, I would also like to note the following. Board members, including myself, may not always be looking at the screen because we have lots of papers either on this screen or others, so we may be looking down or away at times. We will be taking a number of breaks throughout today's meeting, short comfort breaks, about every 1.5 hours, and a 30-minute lunch break planned after item 5.3. Hopefully, if I do my job properly, we will finish today around about 3:15. In terms of the agenda today, we have the consent agenda where questions have been sought in advance, and I hope that any questions anybody has had will have been addressed by the relevant officer lead. In terms of our agenda, we are making one change to the order today, which is that the Audit Wales item at 6.5 will be swapping with our risk register item at 6.3, and I have been assured that somebody will remind me that that is due to happen when we get to items 6.3. I would like to extend a special welcome to people who are joining us today who don't usually attend board, including Rachel Sully, Head of Research and Innovation, and Jessica Blackburn-Smith, who's the NHS Wales e-Library Specialist Lead, and they are joining us for our shared listening and learning presentation today. Andrew Doughton and Nathan Crouch from Audit Wales will also be joining us later for our structured assessment, item 6.3, not 5 anymore. Diolch. So we will move on to the agenda and apologies for absence. I haven't received any apologies for absence today. I think Alistair Neil is still experiencing some problems getting into the meeting, so will join us when he is able. And also Marilyn Brian Jones may need to step away at some point today, so that's all I've been advised of today. I'd also like to welcome Shanti Karupia, who is joining us today, and Shanti is joining us from a Future Board Members programme and has been working alongside us at DHCW for a little while and will be shadowing our board meetings and joining our sessions in future. So we're all very pleased to have you here, Shanti. Croeso. Declaration of interests. We have not been advised of any declarations of interest or conflicts by board members prior to the meeting. Does anybody have any that have occurred to them in the meantime? No. If anything becomes apparent through the meeting, any items, please raise the conflict and we will deal with it then. We will now move on to the consent agenda, which we use to ensure we focus on business critical activity. I'm assuming that everyone has read the papers, and if anybody's got any questions or anything they want to raise on consent agenda, please let me know now. Happy to move anything up if we need to. No. Diolch. Was that a shout from somebody? No. Okay, thank you. I therefore propose that everybody present is happy to approve and note all items as requested. Specifically, we are approving the minutes, item 2.1 from the board meeting held on the 29th of September 2025. Noting there are no actions on the action log, item 2.2, noting the forward work plan report, item 2.3, and approving the quality framework, item 2.4. Diolch yn fawr. Okay, ymlaen. Main agenda, I'll be handing over to Rydian Hurl, our Executive Medical Director, who is going to introduce this item with Rachel and Jessica accompanying him. And this is one of our regular shared listening and learning items. And today we will be talking about open access publishing. Diolch, Rydian.
Thank you, Ruth. Today's shared learning, listening and learning presentation is on open access publishing. Integrating the most up-to-date evidence into clinical decisions ensures that health practitioners are empowered to improve patient outcomes. Evidence-based practice should be a crucial part of healthcare, as it enhances the overall quality of care and ensures that resources are allocated efficiently. E-Library for Health, and I make no apology for the plug, www.elh.nhs.wales, is a fantastic resource to health professionals, care professionals across Wales. Today, we're going to have a discussion about open access, the publishing model that makes research available at no cost to the reader. Rachel and Jessica are here to take us through the presentation and then take some questions. I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Bwrdd, good morning, everyone. So, as we've been introduced already, but just in case, I'm Jess Blackburn-Smith, Interim Service Lead for the NHS Wales E-Library, and I'm joined by Rachel Sully, Head of Research and Innovation at DHCW. So today we'll be giving an overview of open access publishing. We'll define open access and the publication routes and talk about the importance of publishing work open access. This will help provide context for why and how DHCW's open access policy and service was launched, including our research and knowledge repository, which we'll give you a little demo of, and we'll also be demonstrating tracking impact metrics as well. And finally, we'll finish with our future plans in this space. So what do we mean by open access? Essentially, it is a publishing model that makes research outputs available online at no cost to the reader. The open access movement has been growing in recent years with various consortia and initiatives forming, such as Coalition S. And statistics show there has been an increase in freely accessible scholarly output. This movement pushes against traditional publishing models where research outputs, some of which may be based on publicly funded projects, are then published behind paywalls and so are not accessible to anyone without payment or institutional subscriptions. There are three main open access publication routes available to prospective authors, and these are gold, diamond, and green. With gold, there is a fee for the author to publish their work open access, which can be thousands of pounds. And with this route, the version published is that nicely formatted publisher version like you'd see in a printed journal, and there is no embargo period for the readers. The diamond route is the same as gold, minus the fee for authors. So diamond journals and books are free to publish in and can be identified via directories like Open Book Collective and Directory of Open Journals, or DOAJ. But if gold is not an option due to the expensive fees and there is not an appropriate diamond publisher available, then authors can choose the green route, which can also be known as self-archiving. And this is where the author publishes their work with a publisher, but behind a paywall, but then they also deposit their accepted manuscript in an institutional, subject, or personal repository. So an author's accepted manuscript is the accepted content of the article after peer review, but before the formatting has been applied by the publisher. So after the required embargo period, the manuscript is then freely available through the repository, despite the version on the publisher website remaining behind a paywall. So effectively, two versions of the work will exist in two places at once, one of which will be free to read, the one in the repository, which is the accepted manuscript, and one of which will be behind a paywall, and this is the one on the publisher website, that nicely formatted publisher's version, but the content of the two will be the same. But this green route must be done in accordance with the publisher's copyright and open access archiving policies, which may include embargo periods and other requirements. But the NHS Wales eLibrary can support authors with abiding by publishers' requirements for this green route. So please get in touch if you have any issues with this or any questions. So there are many benefits to making research outputs open access. For one, research can be freely available across the world at no cost to the reader, removing barriers to knowledge sharing with all who have access to the internet, increasing the diversity of readership of your work, so it's not only academia, but policymakers, educators, all members of the public. The findings are not sitting in silo behind paywalls for a select few. The impact of the research is also widened. Findings can be picked up and disseminated by various outlets, including the media, and by having the original research open access, readers of that media can refer back to the original evidence to find out more for themselves firsthand. Open research findings can be put into practice and can be built upon and with other researchers, facilitating collaboration opportunities, advancing the discipline or industry, and making a difference to wider society. Also, many research grants, especially those from public funds, mandate that research outputs must be published open access, and institutions can have open access policies that have the same requirement. And I'll now hand over to Rachel to tell you about DHCW's open access policy.
Thanks, Jess. So DHCW's open access policy was approved by DHCW Management Board back in September 2024, and we soft launched it to colleagues via an internal 10 talk during International Open Access Week on the 22nd of October 2024. DHCW is the first NHS Wales organisation to publish a publicly accessible open access policy, which is available via iPassport on the link on the slide there. And this is very much demonstrating our commitment to making publicly funded research outputs freely available to the public. The policy draws upon best practice from the UK's leading research institutions and requires all DHCW authored and, where possible, co-authored works to be published open access and deposited in the institutional repository. The preferred open access routes are diamond or green, as these incur zero cost to publish. And as Jess mentioned earlier, gold open access involves article processing charges that can cost thousands of pounds per publication. And since DHCW also delivers the NHS Wales eLibrary service, which includes subscriptions to thousands of e-journals, paying for publication while already paying for access, also known as double dipping, does not align with our principles. Works that could be deposited in the repository include DHCW-funded undergraduate and master's dissertations, PhD theses, journal articles, research papers, conference proceedings, books and more, all listed on the screen there. Alongside the launch of the open access policy, DHCW established an open access service, which is led by the eLibrary team. The service has a dedicated email address and exists to support colleagues in identifying suitable journals, understanding available open access routes, and ultimately ensuring their work is made openly available. Colleagues can send their work direct to the email address for the team to deposit in the institutional repository on their behalf. The team also proactively engages with staff to identify works for inclusion in the repository, and this includes participating in the research and innovation governance process to stay informed about projects that DHCW is supporting or collaborating on. On this slide, you'll find a link to our research and knowledge repository, which I'll demonstrate shortly. But to reiterate, the purpose of the repository is to collect and make available DHCW research outputs that might otherwise remain inaccessible, such as undergraduate or postgraduate dissertations, or be locked behind paywalls, like journal articles and book chapters. As part of implementing the policy, the team developed key performance indicators to monitor the service progress. While DHCW is not a research-intensive organisation, historically, only a small number of works have been published open access. Our goal is to increase this by 50% annually for the next 3 years and then maintain consistency thereafter. But I'm pleased to report that the target for 25-26 has already been achieved. We've already published those 6 works, and we're hoping just to exceed that now up until March 26. So for the next part, I'm going to move away from the presentation and just take you to a live demonstration of our repository. I'm hoping you can still see that. So this is our institutional repository. You can, and what I'm hoping to do, sorry, is give you a live demonstration that will take you through an interactive journey to show how we track real-world impact and value of the DHCW-led and collaborative research repositories. The repository itself is fairly intuitive to use and very straightforward. You can either search by keyword or you can browse by year, subject or author. Since the launch of the repository, we've been working to retrospectively add open access content to the repository from DHCW, NHS Wales Informatics Service, Inform in Healthcare, and we've been doing this using the eLibraries subscription to the Scopus database. As an example, here's an article from 2013, which was co-authored by Gareth John, who's our Chief Data Scientist. And if I just open up this tab here, you can see the record for that, which includes the abstract and a deposited article in here. The entry for this paper, like I say, includes the full text. And in the repository, as we've been retrospectively adding the content, we've now got around 30 plus works in here, and we continue to add regularly and engage with users to add content to it. To demonstrate the value and impact, I'm going to choose an article published by DHCW's Research and Evaluation Manager for Choose Pharmacy team, Effie, and also co-authored by Gareth, who I mentioned earlier, along with authors from Cardiff University and Sale Databank. From the time this paper was added to the repository on the 18th of November, you can see the paper has had 20 downloads from the repository itself. We've got this simple metric here for tracking. But from our repository alone, these are not the only metrics that we can track. Clicking through to the publisher's website via this digital object identifier link, I go to the next tab, we can also track citations here, number of views, and alt metrics. Starting with alt metrics, these are alternative metrics. They're used to measure online attention and engagement that scholarly research receives beyond traditional citations. For this paper, we can see that it's been picked up by 5 news outlets. If I click on the news tab, but it's generated 7 news stories. And you can see some here from Pharmaceutical Journal, Pulse, Training Matters, Independent Community Pharmacist. It's also been picked up by 2 blogs, BJGB Life and British Journal of General Practice, and also social media outlets including X and Blue Sky. We can also then see the attention it's had over time, so since publication, and then how that's been tracked over the last few months. Just down here on the left as well, we can see the number of citations it's had, so that's how many times it's been cited by other research. That's 5 at the moment. And we can also see how many users have saved the citation in their reference management system. So this one tracks Mendeley. I'm going to move over to bibliometrics now, just those 5 citations that I mentioned. Bibliometrics essentially measure the impact of research within the academic and research community. This paper's had 5 citations since publication, but our interest is in what context. So if we follow through to a paper that cited ours, so I'm going to take you through. Here's the 5 publications that have cited ours. We've picked the antidepressant follow-up NHS app use as an example here. So I'm going to click through to the actual article itself through the DOI again. We can navigate to the point in the paper where our paper, DHCW's paper, was referenced and understand what impact or value our publication has had on this author's work and to the evidence base. So if I just scroll down, we can see in the references that we're referenced number 4, and then we can scroll up and see that this is the exact point in the paper it's being referenced. And when tracking the content of the paper, what it's concluded is that the findings in Wales supports the suggestion to rethink prescribing guidelines when it comes to dementia risk in mind. I'm just going to go back to the presentation. I I did some screenshots so they can be referred to after the meeting. And just moving on to future plans for the service. So tracking these metrics can really help tell the story of a research output and what happens after the paper is published and what real life impact it had. Moving forward, we will be investigating ways to include these metrics in the DHCW performance report, along with reporting on our KPI and the number of downloads from the repository itself. Additionally, identifying papers that could benefit from a case study similar to that demonstrated today, telling the stories to how DHW led or supported workers contributed to the evidence base. And this one here, we can see we're also looking at exploring, monitoring the number of publications that have acknowledged DHCW, but perhaps haven't included a DHCW colleague as a co-author. So, for example, this paper demonstrating the benefit of cellulitis-specific patient-reported outcomes acknowledges DHCW resources to complete the study. And you can see the reference here, reference 2. They actually use the annual PEDU data tables to support this piece of work. So while we're not named as an author, we're acknowledged, and we want to find a method to track those papers in our repository as well. And again, measure and monitor the impact of those works. Some other future plans that are currently in progress. As I said, we're the first organisation in NHS Wales to implement an open access policy and repository. And we're now working with colleagues across NHS Wales and WELF, which is the Wales Higher Education Libraries Forum, on a feasibility study being led by Research Consulting. And this is to answer 2 aims. I've switched them around in my script just so they flow a bit better, but the first is to review current publishing practices across NHS Wales's health boards, trusts and special health authorities, and to evaluate the potential benefit of a national or local open access policies and repositories and/or an open press. We already know through our engagement with innovation leads and research and development departments across NHS Wales that there is appetite to scale up what we have done across Digital Health and Care Wales. And this study has already been very well received by colleagues. And to try and understand the value of mandating and open access publishing and collecting research outputs for their organisation in a controlled environment like a repository. The second aim assesses whether a Diamond Open Press could accelerate open access publishing across NHS and HE institutions in Wales. As I said, we're collaborating on this project with WELF to essentially identify whether an open press would help support colleagues across higher education and NHS to publish health and social care related research openly. And essentially answer questions such as, is it time to move away from traditional journal subscriptions and instead support an outlet for open access publication? And a Diamond Open Press, as Jess mentioned earlier, supports free to publish. It still has a rigorous peer review process, but it means that potentially early career researchers or anyone who perhaps works in the NHS but isn't a researcher, is a health and care professional but has something important to say, has an outlet to get that information out there. Lastly, we also aim to secure a longer term contract for our repository through a competitive procurement to demonstrate value for money, and also consider other types of work to include, such as DHW evaluation reports, annual reports, including a closed section potentially for sensitive documents, and considerations for open data. For example, data that's generated as part of research, qualitative and quantitative, so it can be used again and support progress. This just leaves me to say thank you for listening and taking the time to explore DHCW's open access policy and repository today with Jess and I. Your engagement and interest are what makes these initiatives successful. And if you have any questions or ideas, please do email us on the email on screen, or if we have time now, we're happy to answer. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch Rachel, Jessica am y cyflwyniad. Thank you for your presentation. That was fantastic. I don't think it's necessarily our engagement that makes this successful. I think it's the quality of what's been done there, because that was absolutely fantastic. And I am sure that colleagues around the table will have comments and questions. So I am going to open the floor now for that. Diolch. Sam Morgan.
So Sam Morgan, Director of People and OD. Thank you, Jessica and Rachel. Really, really interesting. Just wondering how I might help support that with my Directors of Workforce colleagues across the system. It's obviously something that is really beneficial and can drive real impact. So really happy to work with you on that to bring that to the fore in terms of understanding how we can support the Director of Workforce peer group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But we're already working really closely with Pod on identifying colleagues across DHW that are on masters or PhD programs to then engage with those to potentially help support with identifying themes for dissertations and theses that could help benefit DHW as well as benefiting them in their course, and then obviously engaging with them to include their research in the repository and then support with follow-up publication of that dissertation. So we've already got a really good connection, but yeah, happy to explore any other opportunities that you may have.
So just thinking about the wider system, Rachel, and how we can spread and scale and excite other people about this. Yes, but great. There's already some really great, strong links, I know, in DHCW. Thank you.
Thanks. No problem.
Diolch, Sam. Helen.
Yeah, diolch. Thank you, Rachel and Jess. Great to see you and great to see the passion and the work and the direction of travel that you're taking all of this in and taking us as an organisation, actually. So I really, really commend it. I guess it's a kind of link to Sam's question, which is reflecting on what you're trying to do. I think it's democratise the whole kind of publication, area for everyone who has done any research, really. So are you trying to encourage, as well as those of our staff and perhaps hopefully more widely in the NHS, who are currently studying, that would have something that could then be peer reviewed and published? Are you looking for a back catalogue of that because there'll be quite a number of people in the organisation who will have undertaken research as part of bachelor's, master's or PhDs that haven't necessarily published. So are you looking to kind of, create the back catalogue and support those into peer review and open access publishing?
Yes, absolutely. So part of what we do with the NHS e-library and with our suppliers of journals in particular is put on sessions on how to publish, so how to turn your research into an evidence-based publication. We've had a number in the past and we normally run those during Open Access Week, which I think is around the 3rd week of October, and we will record and share those after. But yes, the aim is to support anyone who has done a research study programme to put their ideas and knowledge gains out into the world through evidence-based publication. We're particularly focused on the nursing profession at the moment with Health and Care Research Wales's priority project, who want to get more nursing and allied health colleagues into the research world and sphere. So we're looking at opportunities as well to work with that workforce in particular to help increase the number of outputs from their profession. And so lots of opportunities.
Thank you.
Diolch. Marian.
Diolch Rachel, diolch yn fawr am y cyflwyniad diddorol a defnyddiol yna. Mae'n dda glywed am yr adnodd rhagorol a gwerthfawr yma sydd ar gael. Mae'n nghwestiwn i falle yn ymwneud â profil yr adnodd ac be dyn ni'n neud, beth yw'r cynllun o ran cryfhau ymwybyddiaeth y tu allan falle i DHCW a rhai cylchoedd o fewn y gwasanaeth iechyd. Be ni'n neud i gyfathrebu pa mor werthfawr ydy'r adnodd yma?
Sorry, bear with me. I'm just trying to get the interpretation section on. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. No, it's okay. My question was simply, great presentation, Rachel.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed it and good to hear about the excellent progress that you're making in this field. My question really is about sort of raising the profile of the repository and what's the communication plan in terms of raising its profile more widely so that there's a wider audience being made aware of what's available and the power of that indeed.
Sure, absolutely. Jess, I'm going to hand over to you because you've been looking at putting the repository onto various other repositories as well. So are you happy to discuss that and the RAW project?
Yeah, I can add. I don't think it's on our slides actually, but maybe that's something we should have put on there. So the RAW project, which is ROR, which I should remember the acronym, but off the top of my head, it's gone out of my head. But essentially, it's like an ID for each organisation. So that can mean that you can search a central area to see what organisations have already got repositories out there. So there are kind of parent and child, I suppose, identifiers. So there's an NHS Wales identifier, but we've just registered ourselves for a DHCW one as well. So that's quite a well-known ID service across kind of the research space. It's a bit linked to OrcID, which is on a personal author level, where you can have a personal identifier for an author to help track an author's things as well. But we're also part of community of interest groups, community of practice groups within NHS kind of nations. So that's a way that we're kind of getting the word out there and sharing our best practice, but also learning from others as well about what is working, what doesn't work so well, and also their engagement strategies as well. I think for most, it's just that constant reminder. So we're definitely going to be linking in even more so, but we have already with DHCW colleagues, so like with Pod, like Sam's already mentioned, but also with the comms teams as well, to make sure that we're kind of celebrating our authors and making sure that everyone's aware that we have this repository, and also that there's support there as well. So even if you haven't done your research yet, we're still there to support you, to maybe help you along the way. And we're also hoping to promote even more so peer support as well. So we've had a few sessions from suppliers, as Rachel's mentioned, where we've talked about getting published and the kind of routes to publication that are available with our publishers, but also to hear from DHCW authors and how they did it and how they found it. So I think kind of hearing from within the organisation as well and sharing that knowledge is another route that we're going with as well.
Thank you, Jessica. That's great. Diolch.
Thanks.
Rowan.
So thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Jess and Rachel. So this is one step to try and accomplish many things. Is what I would say, and open access publishing has decades of precedence, really. In fact, the World Wide Web only exists because CERN managed to get funding for its physics prepress server and get a second computer to get the World Wide Web standards written. So it's literally as old as the web. I think there seems to be three aspects here. One is to encourage those in the NHS in Wales to publish their research. Two is to find a place to put it, and three is, the tension that exists between supporting clinicians and healthcare workers across Wales with really good access to evidence, the latest evidence, right? And having stuff behind firewalls really doesn't help. So at the front end of that, Jess and Rachel, do we have sort of an online how to publish your research, how to maximize access for your research so it has an impact, and what kind of support are we giving our wider colleagues in Wales to encourage them to publish and have an impact? Keen to hear a little bit more about that, please.
Sure. So we have some information on our eLibrary website around how to publish open access and the methods of which you can choose green, diamond, and gold. We don't support open access publishing on an NHS Wales wide level because that's very much done on a health board trust level through the R&D departments, as far as we're aware. And that's what we're hoping this feasibility study will really identify, is how are we currently supporting open access publication across NHS Wales, and what can we do to improve that potentially, and policies and repositories potentially the way forward to do that. We do work really closely with the library and information services across NHS Wales as well to, demonstrate value and impact. I know some of the library services in the health boards, such as Swansea Bay, for example, work very closely with their R&D departments to monitor impact and value of their research outputs. But I think the thing that potentially is lacking is that one space to collect and store that information for an organisational sort of historic perspective, and also to track the value and impact through other metrics as well as bibliometrics and alt metrics. There's no sort of standardized approach, but that's what we really hope this study will identify. And the outcome of that study then hopefully will put us in a position to either work collaboratively on a local level, so each organisation could have their own repository, or we look at something on a national level where you can look at the research outputs across the whole of the NHS in Wales, and then establish that service for supporting on a Wales level how to publish, how to monitor your own outputs, ORCID IDs, all of those things to support the open access publishing movement. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Diolch, Rachel. Diolch, Jess. I mean, I think you can see the level of interest in the room on that. It really, really good piece of work for us as an organisation, and I think the principle of doing everything in the open as much as we can is absolutely followed through here. So really, really fantastic. Diolch yn fawr iawn. You are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but you've probably got a long list of things out there that you need to go off and get published. So the board has received and discussed the presentation on open access publishing. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you both. We will move on now to the main agenda, and the first item on the main agenda is the interim chair and interim vice chair report. That's the report from myself as interim chair and David Selway as interim vice chair. I don't propose going through the meeting, the paper. I think we can see that I have been brysur iawn over the last couple of months, and as has David, and I would like to actually take this opportunity to thank you, David, because he has been alongside me on this journey, and it's been a busy couple of months, and I'm not sure I would have got through it if David hadn't been alongside me as well. So diolch yn fawr, David. Any questions on my interim chair report before I move on and allow David to raise anything on his? Marian?
Diolch Gadeirydd, a diolch am yr adroddiad. Wi'n gweld yn eitem 4.10 bod chi wedi bod yn cyfarfod efo Prif Weithredwr NHS Cymru, Prif Weithredwr newydd y sefydliad, ac o'n i jyst yn awyddus i gael gwell dealltwriaeth falle o'i hargraffiadau hi, ond lle ni a'n rôl ni o fewn y gwasanaeth iechyd yng Nghymru, os oes na unrhyw beth y gallwch chi rannu ar hyn o bryd. Diolch.
Diolch, Marian. I think Jacqueline has been very open about what she hopes for from DHCW and really the wider NHS. She's keen for us to continue delivering across the major programmes. She's absolutely keen, as is our newish now, I suppose they both are, Chief Medical Officer, to focus on data and how we better share data across the NHS. So, I've been really pleased in my conversations with Jacqueline that actually she sees digital at the heart of, how we need to transform the way we work. And she has certainly done that in her previous roles as well. So, very, very good relationship there. I hope we're going to be able to build with Jacqueline, and certainly, Helen has been meeting with her regularly. She's understanding our programs, so I'm hopeful that will help us continue to move forward as well in the future.
Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Marian. I will hand over to David if there's anything you wish to pick up from your section of the report, David.
No, thanks, Ruth.
Okay. Diolch yn fawr. Any questions on David's section of the report? No, thank you very much. We have then formally received and discussed the interim chair and interim vice chair report, and we will now move on to the chief executive's report. Helen.
Diolch, Ruth. Just a couple of highlights. Colleagues will have had time to review the report. The first one is the 4.1 in the paper, which is the NHS Wales app developments that have happened since the last time we met as a board. And at the end of October, I'm really pleased to say that the work with the planned care programme to surface secondary care referrals from GP practices into the NHS Wales app has gone live in 6 of the 7 health boards, along with access to or notification of your appointments for the vast majority of appointments for new outpatient appointments. Really pleased to note that and to recognise the teamwork, the collaboration across teams across Wales to make that happen in the way that we all kind of manoeuvred to get that done and over the line by the end of October. We're still working to get the last health board live, which is Cardiff, which has a different digital ecosystem with its own patient administration system. So that should hopefully be done and live before the end of next week. But really great teamwork and good to see the utility of the app expanding ever so really in line with our Silver roadmap. The other point to pick up is on the collaboration front, and I know that we've got the stakeholder review on the agenda later on, but really good discussions happening now in terms of our ability to support regional working in partnership with the local health boards. So we had a really constructive session with in the Southwest Wales with Hywel and Swansea Bay health boards very recently, and working through how we can use the opportunities, particularly in South West Wales, around their joint committee to kind of further the regional joint digital agenda there. Next week, we've got a similar session happening with the South East Wales health boards. So really pleased that we're getting into what are we trying to achieve together, and then where are our opportunities to move things forward. So a lot more to come on that, I think, in the future. We've also had a couple of the DDAT leadership board has met since we've last met as a board, and quite a lot. And this last one, the minister attended, along with Jacqueline Totterdale, who's the new DG and Chief Exec of NHS Wales. So we talked about the NHS Wales app, the digital maternity, connecting care, and the radiology programme. But also we highlighted really some of the congestion that we're seeing in the next quarter in terms of not just for DHCW, but all of the digital delivery plans across Wales. There's a lot going on over the next 4 months in terms of implementation timelines for our partners and ourselves. So we just needed to ensure that everybody was aware and understand and really look for opportunities to de-risk that in terms of targeting resources where they need to be targeted. And then finally, just to call out that colleagues on the call attended the Future of General Practice inquiry by the Health and Social Care Committee just recently, and my thanks to Rydian, Seema and Sam Hall in terms of the evidence that was given to contribute to that discussion for the committee. I think that went very well, and yeah, my thanks to them for highlighting the importance of digital and data to the future of general practice in Wales. Happy to take any questions, Chair. Diolch.
Diolch, Helen. Any questions or comments? David.
Thank you, Ruth. Thanks, Helen. Helen, in your report, you mentioned under this new DDAT governance structure that's being put in place, there are some substructures to support the work. Can you expand a little bit on the timeline for getting some of those substructures in place and our representation on some of those?
Yes, so quite a live conversation, actually, David. Lots of work going on from the digital policy team who are owning the establishment of the structure. The delivery board, which sits directly below the leadership board, is due to meet in 2 weeks' time, I understand. I've put forward nominations from our organisation to sit on that. The wider structures will be in place or diarised before the next DDAT Leadership Board, which is scheduled to take place in January. So, and that, yes, so the terms of reference in all of those new groups that will be set up, the first meeting will be to really be clear about the purpose and to agree the terms of reference, and the membership. But yes, there's a lot of work going on by Welsh Government to get those in place, is my understanding.
Okay, thanks.
Marion.
Diolch Cadeirydd, a diolch Helen am yr adroddiad cynhwysfawr yna. Gai dynnu sylw at y Gartner Symposium Gartner. Mae yna ddatblygiad diddorol wedi bod yng Nghymru wrth gwrs ers y symposiwm yna gyda chyhoeddi strategaeth newydd Llywodraeth Cymru ar ddealltwriaeth artiffisial. O'n i'n darllen bod na awydd i sefydlu grŵp arweinyddiaeth ar AI un traws sector yn gwerthfawrogi bod ni'n ddyddiau cynnar. Ond os gyda ni ddealltwriaeth eto, sut fyddwn ni fel sefydliad yn bwydo mewn i'r grŵp yna, a be falle fydd yn rôl ni? Ydy hwnna'n glir eto?
Thank you, Marion. Yeah, really good question. And yeah, the Gartner Symposium was hugely helpful. There was a lot on AI discussed at the symposium, as you'd expect, and it's kind of all sectors are covered. So it's a IT symposium, is how it's described. So quite a lot on there in terms of the strategic approach and vision for AI, and how you as leaders actually should focus on describing that, and how you ready not just yourself and your technology base for AI, but how do you ready your staff and your users for AI and how we can embrace that. So really good learning that we are kind of consolidating, those of us who were fortunate to attend the event. In terms of the Welsh Government, and I can see Ivan's got his hand up, I'll bring Ivan in. We've been asked for nomination for the leadership group, and Ivan is our nominated representative from DHCW. So I'll hand over to Ivan in terms of kind of his understanding of where things are at the moment.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Helen. Just i ychwanegu, Marian, o ran y symposium, fel byddech chi'n disgwyl, oedd deallusrwydd artiffisial yn un o'r brif themau, ond un o'r pethau oedd yn haro i fwyaf oedd, os ydych chi eisiau tynnu ar deallusrwydd artiffisial, mae angen i chi fedru disgrifio y byd fel mae hi i'r system digidol hynny, ac o'ch chi ddim cael cyfarfod lle mae pawb yn siarad, mae rhaid i chi gallu disgrifio eich pensaerniaeth neu sut mae systemau yn gweithio gyda'i gilydd mwyn gofyn am gymorth oddi wrth y deallusrwydd artiffisial, a oedd cryn dipyn o drafodaeth am context engineering a digital twins, a y system ni'n defnyddio ar gyfer pensaerniaeth, system ar enw ADOC, oedd na nifer o astudiaethau achos o ddefnyddio ADOC, felly wy'n credu bod hwnna wedi troi allan i fod yn ddewis bendithiol. O ran y llywodraethiant newydd ar gyfer deallusrwydd artiffisial ar draws Cymru, mae llywodraeth newydd gyhoeddi polisi neu cynllun newydd am deallusrwydd artiffisial, a gweinidog wedi cyhoeddi hynna tua pythefnos neu 2 wythnos yn ôl, dwi'n meddwl. Ar pen y broses mae y grŵp cynghori strategol, mae hwnna'n un rhyngwladol. O dan hwnna, mae'r un nes di gyfeirio at, dwi'n meddwl, sef y grŵp arwain sector gyhoeddus. Hwnna yw'r un lle wy'n cynrychioli DHCW. A wedyn hefyd mae'r Comisiwn Deallusrwydd Artiffisial ar gyfer iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol. Hwnna yw'r un sydd gyda fi a cadeirydd o DHCW sy'n cynrychioli ar hwnnw. Dydy'r grŵp olaf yna ddim wedi cyfarfod ers tua 6 mis oherwydd y newidiadau sydd yn digwydd o ran y llywodraethiant digidol cenedlaethol. Ni'n aros i glywed sut bydd e'n ailffurfio i fod yn rhan o'r llywodraethiant yna. So mae yna tipyn o symud, dwi'n meddwl, yn y llywodraethiant, ond hefyd mae yna gryn dipyn o weithgaredd yna.
Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Ifan. I will add that AI group to my list. Thank you very much, Rowan.
Thank you, Ruth. I'm as excited as everyone about the potential of AI in healthcare. However, I think one of the challenges at the moment, we have a lot of perceived activity, but in terms of the hard yards of the foundation over which we can run AI safely, I'm somewhat concerned about progress to establish some of the fundamentals there just isn't perhaps receiving some of the attention it deserves. I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to shadow Rydian Hurl on one of his day surgeries recently. You know, and on the ward level, we are still using huge amounts of paper. Now, if we're going to run and develop accurate AI that can support high quality healthcare, then those models need to be developed on top of, you know, data sets that are complete and accurate. And while so much of the information that is absolutely critical to delivering care is still in paper, we have a real challenge to overcome. And, you know, I think that's one of the things that we need to highlight. We also sort of have challenges in terms of that David just articulated, in that in order to do this at national scale, the digital community needs a strong governance at national level as the clinicians, because increasingly the delivery of safe, effective care will be, you know, a combination of the digital practitioner, if you like, and the hands-on clinician, and therefore I'm really concerned that we don't yet have a timeline for some of the subcommittees of DDAT, and I'm wondering what opportunities there are that DHCW can drive to sort of surface some of the more challenging aspects of these goals, because otherwise these strategies are just a wish list, and a wish list is not a strategy. So any sort of comments on that would be very welcome.
Ivan, perhaps do you want to respond and then Helen can come in?
Yeah, certainly. Well, I'm smiling because there's a saying, and I can't remember who the quote is by, but I like my quotes. Strategy without execution is hallucination, which is very appropriate for AI. I agree with everything that you've said, Rowan, but we can only use the governance and the tools and the programs and the platforms that we have as DHCW. I'm confident that our strategy sets out very clearly how fundamental data is to effective AI. Rydian particularly would be a champion of collect, store, share. See, I've said it before he says it, but I'm sure he will say it later on in the meeting. And we have worked within the mechanisms that we have to do things like Sam and Claire and I attend the Digital Directors Peer Group 2 meetings ago that agreed to sign up to a set of common artificial intelligence responsible use principles across NHS Wales that we've drafted and led on to try to get to an NHS Wales position. We're doing a similar thing for an AI policy across NHS Wales at the moment. And the NDR Programme Board met last week. And as you might expect, the NDR Programme Board strongly champions the data and all data flowing to a common repository from all organisations to create a comprehensive record to support AI is a really important thing. In fact, you know, I think everybody on the program board would agree, data first, AI follows. But I have to emphasize, you know, we work within a system of peer partners. We do not sit above other organizations. We all work collaboratively together. And we can only use those governance tools and mechanisms and program arrangements that exist. And we're doing everything that we can through those to drive that agenda.
Thanks, Eva and Helen.
Yeah, no, it's good to share, I think, Rowan, in terms of some of those concerns. I guess the other kind of angle to this, I suppose, in your experience of Shadu and Rydian, and a number of us have done that, and it is quite sobering, actually, to see kind of what it's like out there in terms of the digital footprint and how much paper is still kind of relied on to manage pathways of care and delivery. I think for the first time now, the work that Evan's been leading with the National Target Architecture is now actually exposing that as data through the architectural tool that we've got. So that will give us a clear view of where our capabilities are and where our capabilities aren't. So we will, for the first time, I think, be able to surface that in a way that we can have an informed decision strategically about where our priorities are and how we should go about plugging those capability gaps so that we have more born digital data and that we are removing paper from the process. So I think that is absolutely an opportunity there, linking that to the work that is now accelerating through the National Data Resource to actually get repositories in a platform that enables the big data capabilities that we know we need to push forward. And just to reassure you, we are working with government, offering support in terms of the substructures that need to be in place. But I would also call out that there is work with Welsh Government around the broader transformation agenda and how then digital and data should be, if you like, underpinning and central to the transformation programmes of work that government want to lead on and take forward through NHS performance and improvement. So lots of really good conversations where data and digital is central to some of that thinking at the moment.
Thank you, Helen, and of course, and Evan, for your comments. And I don't. Yeah, it's one of these conversations we're all agreeing, and I'm aware, but there is a data deficit, in terms of what's digital. And I don't think we necessarily have been able to quantify that effectively. And in terms of the value opportunity of AI, which is what this will come down to when we ask for investment, the consequence of that data deficit being in paper in terms of lost value potential, and more importantly, around patient safety and patient outcomes. So it's kind of a dry topic, but I understand we can't do anything unilaterally. It's just trying to keep that conversation at the Pan Wales level and with government is super critical to delivering on this.
Diolch, Rowan. Rydian.
Thank you. I'll just make a few comments. The delivery of care, particularly inpatient care, is dependent on infrastructure that works. The advantage of a pen and paper is it's portable, it rarely runs out, and isn't dependent on electricity. So there is a tension between the ability to do the job within the time frame and pressure that you have, and an ability to do it better with perhaps new technology. My comment really would be that we could divide this AI conversation into clinical and administrative. There's definitely progress to be made in structured coded administrative pathways, and there's definitely progress which is visible regarding clinical data, particularly in diagnostics. And Wales has some elements of fantastic practice in histopathology and AI concordance, that is, comparing the professional histopathology opinion with a AI opinion and seeing if they match. That maturity is dependent on the data that is available, and we are open to working not just within Wales, but also with partners across the UK and wider, particularly given the volume of data that we can collect from a population of 3.1. So we're open to that learning that comes from wider international understanding, and we are aware that the traditional approach of we better pilot in Wales first to see if it works isn't where we want to be, particularly with the diagnostic program. So I wouldn't be too disheartened with the Tuesday experience of seeing the paper. We are making progress. The issues are always that these are slow burns. and we just need to continue to bang the drum. Thank you for your support.
Diolch, Rhydian. Thank you very much, everyone. We have received and discussed the Chief Executive's report. Now, ymlaen, Reef Pimp, moving on to item part 5, the strategic items, and I will be handing straight over to Chris Darling, our Director of Corporate Affairs, who will take us through our biannual update on the Board Assurance Framework. Chris.
Diolch, Chair. Yep. Today I'm going to present the biannual Board Assurance Framework dashboard update. The dashboard's designed to give board members information on what the principal risks are to the delivery of our strategic missions and how the organisation is managing and mitigating the risks and the actions we're taking to drive those strategic missions forward. We've taken on board feedback from Audit Wales through their structured assessment work, so the dashboard looks slightly different in terms of look and feel, but the structure's similar to previous additions that have come to the board. We've updated the dashboard with input from executive leads and officers across the organisations, and board members will be very familiar with the 5 strategic missions. They're well established. They drive our long-term strategy, our integrated medium-term plan, and this assessment at the midpoint of the year is a good stock take for the board in terms of how we're getting on, maximising the opportunities that are presented to us and managing some of the threats that we face. So I'm going to just run through each of the missions, and the exec lead have provided their own RAG assessment score. They've updated the board assurance framework for their strategic mission with their delivery confidence assessment. So I'll hand to each of the exec leads. They'll summarise the position for their strategic mission and principal risk. We'll then pause, Chair, if it's okay, after each strategic mission, just to see if there are questions specifically related to that mission. If they aren't, we'll move straight on to the next one, and then obviously happy to take questions at the end. So I'll just ask Kate if she's okay to start sharing. And as you know, Ivan is the executive lead for strategic mission 1. So on to the next slide, and I'll hand straight to Ivan. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Chris. Wel, ardderchog, o'n I ddim yn siŵr a fydde fe ar y sgrin, ond mae hyn yn gwneud y gwaith yn y haws. Fel mae Chris wedi gweud, ni'n defnyddio'r fframwaith mwyn rhoi sicrwydd i'r tîm rheoli ac i'r bwrdd, bod ni yn adnabod y risgiau sydd gyda ni a bod ni yn gwybod lle mae yna fylchau, os oes yna fylchau, o ran bod ni'n chwilio am tipyn bach mwy o sicrwydd neu gallu gweld yn fwy clir beth i ni'n gwneud o ran cynllun gweithredu. Dwi'n credu gan mae'r un cyntaf yw a wi eisiau pwysleisio bod hwn yn dod ar ben yr IMTP, byddwn ni'n sôn yn nes ymlaen am yr IMTP, ond wrth gwrs wy'n gobeithio bod yr IMTP yn rhoi sicrwydd sylweddol i aelodau bod nhw'n gallu gweld beth i ni'n gwneud, sut i ni'n delio gyda'r heriau. A'r ail beth yw just sut mae'r broses yn gweithio, felly tua mis a hanner yn ôl rwy'n cadeirio cyfarfod byrdd gyda'r aelodau sydd yn arwain ar y weithrediadau gwahanol ac ar y portfolios perthnasol yn yr IMTP, a gyda'n gilydd i ni'n adolygu y chwant risg, y sgorio risg, a hefyd wedyn y bylchau a'r cynlluniau gweithredu. Felly, mai fi sy'n adrodd, mae hwn yn adrodd ar waith i ni'n gwneud ar y cyd fel tîm ar draws DHCW. Felly, does na ddim newid un chwant am risg yn cynadaeth 1, sef yr un sydd yn seiliol i bob beth arall yn rhwydwaith a nifer o beth eraill i ni, mae'n safbwynt i ni'n gofalus am risg. Mi welwch chi'r sgôr yn fyna. Di ni ddim yn gweld bod concern sylweddol iawn. Mi fydd pawb yn ymwybodol bod ni yn gwneud gwaith sylweddol ar bensaerniaeth darged a nifer o beth eraill. Ni yn cario dyled technegol yn yr offer sydd gyda ni, ond cymhedrol yw'r risg ar hyn o bryd, a mae gyda ni gynllun a ffordd o wella hynna. Dwi'n mynd yn mynd trwy bob un o'r bylchau sicrwydd, ond mi'n gobeithio bod beth sydd ar hanner gwyliod y sleid o'ch blaen fan hyn yn dangos ble ni wedi adnabod nifer o fylchau a beth i ni eisiau gwneud o ran symud at hynny. Mae sawl un o'r pethau yma yn bethau mawr, wy'n credu fydden ni'n gwneud fel sylw. Felly mae'r cynllun i fido data o'r isadeiledd bresennol mewn i'r isadeiledd y dyfodol ar gyfer data sef yr NDA. Mae hynna'n gynllun sawl blwyddyn. Mae'r cynllun symud i'r cwmwl, mae hwnnw hefyd yn gynllun sawl blynedd. Felly mae yna waith sylweddol iawn fan hyn, ond wy'n gobeithio bod hwn yn ddefnyddiol ac yn rhoi sicrwydd i aelodau bod ni'n gallu adnabod lle mae bylchau a bod ni'n gwneud cynnydd yn ei erbyn nhw. Dwi'n meddwl bod fi'n stopio ar ddiwedd bob sleid am gwestiynau. Ie, diolch Ruth.
Yeah, I think we just pause there if there are any questions on that for Ifan. Don't see any, so if you want to continue.
Right, felly byddai yn pasio ymlaen i Sam Lloyd.
Thanks, Ivan. I'm Sam Lloyd, Executive Director of Operations. So I'm the Exec Lead for Mission 2. The principal risk in this area is that if we do not deliver safe, secure, accessible and resilient products and services, then essentially we won't be supporting health and care partners to deliver modern services, and that will result in less effective and less sustainable care. So I think this risk really cuts to the heart of what we do as DHCW, and I think we're going to see a lot of movement in this space over the next few years, particularly as we look to develop nationally an EHR strategy. We've already talked a bit about the rise of AI and some of the risks and opportunities there. I think AI particularly is going to have profound implications for the way that we use existing systems and data, and also for the ways in which we build new systems. So I think those risks will come to play in this space particularly. The risk score is moderate, and that hasn't changed recently. The risk appetite is also moderate. That did change last year, and we previously discussed the reasons for that. And I think that we can evidence that we are taking some more considered risks as we build services under Mission 2. So just to highlight some of the progress on the action plan. So we recently concluded the WPAS migration. This was the work to support the health board boundary change between Cwmtaf Morgannwg and Swansea Bay. Very long programme of work, which was delivered successfully back in May over a single go live weekend. Also, as part of our ongoing transition to a new product-centric operating model, we're delivering agile training across the organisation, which will really enable us to move faster in the development of new products and the delivery of features through existing products, which is, I think, a key part of our shift of risk appetite in this space. We're also building a new integration service to replace the proprietary service which we currently have. This is key really in streamlining the way in which we're able to integrate systems both within DHCW and between national and local services. This is a bit of a bottleneck in our service delivery at the moment, so we're really keen to build a modern integration service that will reduce the pressure and enable us to move much more quickly, and also to take major steps towards an open and more easily data sharing supporting architecture. And then finally in this space, we're also building a new e-referral service, which again is designed to streamline referrals between systems, between primary and secondary care. We're currently in beta for the first specialty, which is ophthalmology, and that is supporting the work to deliver the eye care service, which we've been commissioned to do by Welsh Government. So I'll pause there for any questions. Thank you.
Diolch. Sam, do you have any questions on that section? Rhydian.
It's more of a comment really, just to bring out to the board the impact that number 5 had on the ability of clinicians to deliver care across 3 sites within the same geographical health board. And it highlighted to us a variation in the coding of clinical pathways and a lack of adherence to standards. And this has an impact on aggregated data to understand waiting lists. As we know, waiting lists are very topical at the moment. Very good teamwork to try and alleviate the problem, but I think the big learning from this is if we configure, if the system allows local configurability rather than adherence to standards that are issued and published, then that creates a workload and problems that comes with a cost which could be avoided. So that would be my comment. I'd like to say thank you to the team for the work on that PAS work, because obviously I was clinically affected by it, but there's a lot of learning to come out. Thank you.
Diolch, Rhydien. And I mean, I think that tail of work has been years as well. So the length of time that risk has continued and had to be managed has been considerable. So yes, diolch. Diolch for those comments. Sam, have you got anything else to add, or are you handing over to the next slide?
Nothing further, thank you, Ruth. I'll hand back to Ifan for mission 3.
Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Sam. Dylen ni fod wedi cyflwyno fy hun ymddiheuriadau Ifan Evans, cyfarwyddwr strategaeth. Dyma cenhadaeth 3, lle ar hyn o bryd yn yr IMTP, i ni'n sôn am sut mae defnyddwyr yn mynd at yn systemau. Felly, cenhadaeth 1 yw'r seilwaith, cenhadaeth 2 yw'r offer a'r cynnyrch digidol, a cenhadaeth 3 yw lle mae defnyddwyr yn dod at yr offer digidol hynny. A mae hynny'n cynnwys y rhai sydd yn mynd at y cyhoedd fel yr app, a hefyd y rhai sydd yn mynd at staff proffesiynol. Yn arbennig ein cynnyrch record sengl, sef y clinical portal a nifer o beth eraill. Mae'r rhain yn systemau sy'n cael ei ddefnyddio gan degau o filoedd ar draws yr NHS, a dros 600,000 o ddefnyddwyr yn yr app. Felly mae'n chwant risg ni ddim yn mynd i fod yn un rhy agored. Mae'n systemau pwysig iawn, a mae'n bwysig bod nhw yna'n sefydlog. Felly ni'n gymhedrol o ran y chwant risg. Ac bod na ddisgwyliadau bob amser ynglyn â mwy, hynny yw, pan ni'n siarad gyda defnyddwyr, maen nhw eisiau mwy yn bob cynnyrch, a maen nhw eisiau rhagor. Mae'r sgôr risg cymhedrol o 9 allan o 25 yn dangos bod y systemau hyn yn sefydlog, a fel byddwch chi'n gweld yn ein adroddiad perfformiad nes ymlaen yn y cyfarfod, maen nhw'n gweithio, a maen nhw ar gael 99 pwynt rhywbeth o'r amser. Felly mae'r rhain yn systemau pwysig iawn ar draws yr NHS yng Nghymru, a maen nhw'n cael eu defnyddio yn ddwys ac yn helaeth iawn. Dwi eisiau tynnu mas ambell i beth. Felly, o ran y system canisg, mae canisg wedi cau, a mae hynna'n tynnu risg sylweddol iawn sydd wedi bod yn un dros bron i 10 blynedd wedi adnabod ar lefel system genedlaethol. Mae hynna'n cau lawr y risg hynny, ond mae wedi cymryd gwaith sylweddol iawn i fynd trwy broses dadgomisiynu o canisg. A mae'n sylw ni nawr yn troi at beth yw'r llwybr, beth yw'r roadmap ar gyfer system cancer o fewn WCP a pethau eraill. Felly mae hynna'n bwysig iawn bod y bwrdd yn gallu gweld lle ni'n mynd y camau nesaf. O ran yr app, mae yna 2 agwedd ar yr app le ni'n tynnu sylw. Un yw beth sydd nesaf. Mae'r app wedi bod yn brysur iawn, fel mae Helen wedi sôn yn gynharach yn y cyfarfod. Ond beth bydd yn dod yn yr app yn 26-27 ac yn 27-28, a gweld sut mae hynna'n symud ymlaen, a hefyd sut i ni yn tynnu rhywfaint o'r gwaith datblygu ar gyfer yr app mewn i DHCW ochr yn ochr o'r contractwyr ni wedi defnyddio. A wedyn, y 2 olaf yw sut mae'r staff clinigol, sut mae y bobl proffesiynol sy'n defnyddio'n systemau ni, sut i ni'n gwrando'n fwy agos atyn nhw. Felly mae hyn yn cyfeirio at y gwaith user-centred design sy'n cael ei arwain allan o gyfarwyddiaeth Sam Hall, a fe hefyd yn gwaith ymgysylltu gyda'r rhanddeiliad mwyn gweithio'n agosach gyda defnyddwyr ein systemau, yn arbennig y rhai clinigol hynny, fel bod ni'n deall yn well beth nhw eisiau a gallu darparu hynna iddyn nhw. Ond hefyd bod nhw, a dyma'r un olaf, bod nhw'n gallu deall yn well beth mae'r systemau eisoes yn gallu wneud. Achos ni'n gweld bod yna amrywiaeth sylweddol ar draws Cymru. Hynny yw, felly mae'r gallu yn y system digidol, ond falle ddim yn cael ei ddefnyddio ym mhob sefydliad, neu ddim ym mhob ysbyty. A mae yna werth fyna sydd ddim yn cael ei ddefnyddio allan o'r systemau, felly ni eisiau annog bobl i ddeall beth sydd yn y systemau, a ni'n gweithio gyda'r gymuned a hefyd gyda'r llywodraeth mwyn codi dealltwriaeth o hynny. Felly, tipyn bach mwy o fanylder fan hyn, ond mae hwn yn faes pwysig iawn, sut mae defnyddwyr yn dod at y ddarpariaeth digidol i ni'n cynnig iddyn nhw, a wy'n hapus iawn i gymryd unrhyw gwestiynau.
Diolch, Ifan. Cwestiwn? David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Evan. I just wanted to say it's really great to see Canisc risk on the point of disappearing. We've done a lot of great work in that area. I think my understanding is we'll get the risk removed completely when we switch Canisc off sometime towards the end of this year. Can I just check for reassurance that we're still on track to switch it off and that risk will disappear early in the new year?
Yeah, so we are, Meridian might want to confirm, but we are off Canisc completely. There is no user input to Canisc any longer, but we are running out, as I think is appropriate, a number of assurance and checks and other very cautious in this environment. As you know, it's been a risk on the National Risk Register for almost 10 years. So it's still there, but it's not available to anybody to use. It's there just in case, and then we're hoping to turn it off permanently before the end of the calendar year. And then it will be fully decommissioned, I suppose we could describe that as.
Great, thanks.
Pretty sure that this was the one that Rowan was holding her hands up for getting everybody cake once it was done, so I don't think we should lose that action either. Fridian?
Yeah, I concur with Ivan's comments there regarding Canisc. It's been a 10-year ambition of mine when I started. So it's, again, there's been a slow burn, but that's because it's complex and it's often the change management associated with it is as hard as the technology. And again, thank you to the team. I actually wanted to make a point around number 4 there in terms of clinical input, please, Chair. Just to highlight to the board that the NHS P&I essential reset and clinical networks is an important forum that we engage with. We engage with the planned care programme, which has clinical leads, and we engage, of course, with the unscheduled care programme, which has clinical leads. We look forward to, as a clinical CXIO body across Wales, CXIOs are the digital clinical leads in medicine and in nursing and allied health professionals, with a new anticipated DDAC governance that will allow for a clinical voice to be part of the prioritisation of what should come next to help the delivery of care. And I emphasise prioritisation, Ruth, because without a clinical voice, sometimes the order of decisions is perhaps not made in a way that really delivers benefit as soon as possible in those areas where particularly there is high risk held. Thanks.
Diolch, Fridian. Point well made. Unless there's anything else on that one, Ivan, I guess you're passing over to somebody next.
Ydw, rwy'n pasio ymlaen i Rydian.
Perfect. Diane.
You are, and thank you. I will lower my hand. I'm not going to ask myself any questions. Well, I hope not anyway. So this is mission 4, and this really, to summarise, is about getting value out of data that we collect to improve outcomes. And the risk appetite here is open, and the scores are in front of us. We're currently amber. The points made in the key controls and assurance gaps, things to note: the Digital Economy Act accreditation annual review has been submitted, and we await that feedback. We build on the find, recruit and follow-up proposal, working with Healthcare Research Wales to deliver pathfinder studies, such as the voluntary scheme for branded medicines pricing, access and growth, bit of a mouthful, known as VPAG funding. We continue to publish our dashboards and the information products that were catalogued for visibility on our external web pages, along with obviously our official statistics publication role and some bespoke data request services. We are also developing dashboards to report on the usage and performance of the key information products that we provide. So that would summarise some key points there. Thank you.
Diolch. Any other comments or questions? Helen.
Yeah, just to sorry, excuse me, call out the accreditation that Rydian mentioned there in terms of our trusted third party status and how important that is. It's not just a data or an information services requirement. This is a whole organisation assessment to ensure that we have that accreditation under the Economy Act to act as that trusted third party to facilitate the flow of data into other areas like the sale data bank. So really want to commend colleagues across the organisation for the reaccreditation process, and hopefully we'll have a successful outcome to that.
Diolch, Helen. Rowan.
Yeah, I think this is a really important area of our work. It drives the opportunity for economic development in Wales, as well as the kind of primary mission of supporting healthcare. I think some feedback I'd just like to share with the board is the Biotechnology Industry Association recently ran its Tech Bio event, which brought together a number of researchers who use data and AI to undertake clinical trials and develop new medicines. And the CEO of the Access company actually highlighted Wales as a place where it was possible to get integrated healthcare data, possibly through SAIL and other initiatives, as well as the ones that we run. I think that's really important to share with everyone. And, Rydian mentioned VPAG, which is a really hot topic at the moment. I understand that there'll be changes to that scheme very shortly, so to be announced. But I think this is absolutely central to evidence-based research in its wider context, as well as we opened the meeting with a discussion of how we build evidence-based care. So really want to kind of just highlight this because it has value well beyond the organisation and well beyond the NHS in Wales.
Thanks, Rowan. Helen.
Yeah, sorry, just a final comment, and absolutely concur with Rowan's observations and reflections then. And actually, it was that making Wales an attractive place to come and do your research is the absolutely kind of underpinning benefits case that supported the National Data Resource, because that's exactly having the data in the way that we can use it safely and ethically. We recognise that there wasn't just value of that to the NHS, there's a wider economic value. So hence the National Data Resource being one of our flagship programmes of work. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Rydian, unless you've got anything else to add there, I assume you are handing over.
I'd like to hand over to Claire, please.
Diolch.
Diolch, Rydian, Bwrdd. I'm Claire Osmondson-Little. I am the leader in Mission 5 alongside my colleague Sam Morgan from POD. We love this slide because we did have quite some debate amongst the leads around the scoring and the grading of the risk. We have a moderate appetite and the scoring has remained at amber, and that's because many of our key controls and action plans are in progress. There are some areas that we would flag as green, and there are some areas that we would rag as amber. So the overall group, under the guidance of Beth, who helps us and supports us in this exercise, we came up and remained at an amber level. So let me explain why we got to that. So the areas that are green in terms of our risk and our scores are really the work that we've been doing in and around the commercial framework. So the commercial team alongside the strategy team have been really designing and developing a commercial framework that will aid and support decision making in future programmes. Equally, the work that Chris Morton and the team have been doing around the foundation economy, the social value approach, again, there was some consultation in September and it was approved by Management Board in October. The areas that we sort of targeted as amber is more because we are halfway through and there are still some risks in terms of finalising those plans. was really around the digital workforce, where we are progressing well with the translation and definition and deployment of DDAT job descriptions within DHCW. Although not complete, it will be complete, obviously, by the end of the calendar year. We have made significant progress in the communities of practice, and we've invested in the new digital tool, and that, of course, has been decided now subsequent to this being done. And again, we are also spending quite some time in our staff voices in and around the BOF programme, which is really bringing that new operating model to life. And again, some key appointments, the development of future space, have all contributed and are going well in that space. Actually, yesterday, we had our marketplace really bringing that to life and sharing it with the broader workforce on how the new operating model looks and feels. And we had over 450 people actually who attended that event, and 50 people in the office. So it's really coming to life. And as that becomes more real, the risk obviously reduces and moves the other way. And also, as part of the board pack, you'll see the work that we're doing in relation to the duty of quality and the work that Paul is leading with the board, the quality framework. And again, that's work that now the real test is, as it alludes to in the progress, of making that actionable. And obviously he's working with primary care mental health and with Sam Hall's team to really apply that framework in practice. So I would say the risk review that we did around this portfolio is there are areas of strengths, there are areas of opportunity, and the group, after quite some discussion, came to the conclusion that for this quarter it was amber. So I'm happy to take any questions from the team.
Diolch, Claire. Any questions or comments on that section? Nope. Very clear. Diolch yn fawr, Claire. We've been invited to receive and discuss the board assurance framework. Chris, is there anything else you need from us or want to pick up before we say that we've received that?
Diolch, Chair. Just to say, we're working really hard to try and articulate the impact of the actions that are having. We recognise this is a strategic document. We're focusing on the long term in terms of the risks to the strategic missions. And some of the discussions we've had have been really helpful in terms of challenging ourselves on, are we doing enough? Is there more we could do? So just my thanks to everyone who's input and been involved in the discussions to bring the report here today.
Diolch, Chris. We will formally receive that report. Diolch yn fawr, everyone. Now it's amser paned. Time for a short break. If you would like the world to see what you get up to and hear what you get up to during your break, please feel free to leave your camera and audio on. If you do not want that to happen, please turn it off. And if everybody can return by 11:40, diolch yn fawr. Right, if we are ready, we will make a start. Croeso nôl pawb. Without further ado, I think we are handing straight back to Ifan to take us through the IMTP item. Diolch, Ifan.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Ruth. Mae 'da fi ddwy eitem o mlaen i, cymryd ni ran i amser cinio, yr IMTP a wedyn y cynllun cysylltu gyda'r rhanddeiliad. Gan i weld sut mae'r cwestiynau a'r trafod yn mynd, ond wy'n gobeithio byddai'n gallu bod tipyn bach yn fyrrach na'r agenda ar yr IMTP. Mae'r broses yn eitha cyfarwydd, eitha sefydlog i aelodau, ond wrth gwrs, gan i weld sut mae'r cwestiynau a'r trafodaeth yn mynd. Oherwydd hynny, wi jyst eisiau rhoi gorolwg a tynnu allan ambell i bwyntiau ar gyfer trafodaeth ar y diwedd. Mae'r eitem i'w nodi, ond byddwn ni'n croesawu unrhyw trafodaeth neu sylwadau oddi wrth y bwrdd. Felly, yn gyntaf, mae'r papur yn ddiweddariad ac yn adroddiad ar y gwaith i baratoi yr IMTP nesaf, sef yr IMTP o 2026 tan 2029. I ni'n mynd trwy'r broses gyfarwydd o weithdai a cychwyn datblygu cyn y Nadolig, aros i glywed y fframwaith cynllunio oddi wrth y Llywodraeth, a wedyn mae yna broses o gadarnhau yn digwydd yn y flwyddyn newydd, a ni'n defnyddio cyfuniad o sesiynau datblygu gyda'r bwrdd a y cyfarfodydd ffurfiol cyhoeddus. Y peth cyntaf yw i dynnu sylw ato yw bod ni wedi newid rhai o'r portfolios eleni. Mae 3 neu 4 ohonyn nhw wedi amrywio tipyn bach. I ni yn amrywio portfolios bob blwyddyn, felly dydy hwnna ddim yn beth mawr iawn i dynnu sylw ato. Ni'n awyddus bod ni'n gwella lle fedrwn ni wella. A mae'r newidiadau i ni wedi gwneud credu yn bennaf yn cael ei gyrru gan ddau beth. Un yw alunio yn erbyn y gwaith a'r bensaerniaeth i ni wedi gwneud, fel bod ni'n gallu gweld yn agosach sut mae'r portfolios yn alunio at y bensaerniaeth, ac yn ail i roi tipyn bach mwy o sylw i deallusrwydd artiffisial, a gaethon ni drafodaeth yn gynharach bore yma. Ar hynny, drwy roi portfolio glân, a wedyn ni decluso rhywfaint rhwng cenhadaeth 2 a 3, fel bod cenhadaeth 2 ynglyn â'r systemau hynny sy'n cael ei ddefnyddio gan ddefnyddwyr proffesiynol, a bod cenhadaeth 3 ar gyfer y systemau hynny sy'n cael ei ddefnyddio gan y cyhoedd a gan gleifion. Mae hwnna, wy'n credu yn adlewyrchu bod yn footprint, bod yn ôl troed ni yn y maes hynny wedi tyfu yn sylweddol. Mae da ni dros 625 o filoedd o bobl yn defnyddio yr app ar hyn o bryd, a mae'r nifer yn ni'n cynyddu o tua 20,000 bob mis. Felly, yn ystod yr IMTP yma, wy'n ffyddio byddwn ni'n pasio miliwn, a mae yna swm sylweddol o waith fyna. Felly ni wedi cwblhau'r cam cyntaf, mae'r papur yn dangos lle i ni yn dilyn y pas cyntaf, sef gweithdai. Ar draws y sefydliad, mae cannoedd o staff yn cymryd rhan yn y gweithdai hynny. Maen nhw'n adolygu yr IMTP presennol, a wedyn maen nhw'n cynnig llwybr cyflawni ar gyfer yr IMTP nesaf. Mae hynny'n mynd trwy'r broses o ddrafft. I ni wedi cael, am bron bob un o'r meysydd hynny, ni wedi cael yr adolygiad cyntaf yn ôl. Felly ni wedi cyrraedd sy'n ni'n disgrifio drafft cyntaf. Ond dim ond drafft cyntaf. Mae'r broses wastad yn mynd fel hyn. Yn yr wythnosau nesaf, gobeithio cyn Nadolig, ni'n disgwyl derbyn fframwaith cynllunio cenedlaethol oddi wrth y Llywodraeth, fel arfer yn cael ei gyhoeddi yn yr wythnos cyn Nadolig. Gobeithio hefyd fyddwn ni'n cael y cynllun cyllid ar gyfer y flwyddyn nesaf, a gobeithio'n fawr a byddwn ni'n cael y llythyr cylch gwaith, y remit letter, cyn Nadolig. Bydd hwnna'n gymorth mawr i ni eleni mwyn wneud yn siŵr bod yn IMTP ni yn cyrraedd gofynion y Llywodraeth. Felly, wi jyst eisiau pwysleisio hynny bod e'n drafft cyntaf, dyn ni ddim yn gwybod eto beth sydd yn y dogfennau hynny. Mae'n bosib bydd rhaid i ni newid, ond meto mae hynna'n gyfarwydd i ni. Mae yna 4 peth i ni yn canolbwyntio ar hyn o bryd wrth bod ni'n mynd trwy'r broses drafftio hynny. Un yw bod ni'n awyddus i weld, a gaethon ni drafodaeth ddoe fel tîm gweithredol, awyddus iawn i weld llwybr at cyflawni y strategaeth hir dymor. Felly ni wedi cyhoeddi strategaeth i 2030, a mae'r IMTP yn cymryd ni i 2029. Felly ni eisiau gweld yn yr IMTP digon i roi hyder i ni bod ni'n mynd i fwy neu lai cyflawni yn erbyn yr amcanion strategol sydd yn y strategaeth. Mae hynna'n beth eitha heriol, achos mae'r amcanion strategaeth yn rhai uchelgeisiol, ond i ni eisiau gweld bod ni'n gallu gweld y llwybr hynny yn y ddogfen. So dyna'r peth cyntaf. Yr ail beth, i ni eisiau medru deall ac disgrifio un staff a'n tîm ni, sut mae'r llwybrau portfolio, so delivery roadmaps, y portfolio delivery roadmaps yn yr IMTP, sut mae rhain a'n cyd-fynd gyda llwybrau cynnyrch, y product roadmaps sy'n cael ei datblygu ar gyfer yn arbennig y cynnyrch i ni'n datblygu'n hunain, felly WCP, WPAS, Welsh Nursing Care Record ac yn y blaen. Mae'n bwysig bod rhain yn alunio'n glir a bod ni'n gallu gweld sut maen nhw'n dod at ei gilydd yn yr IMTP. Yn drydydd, ni eisiau gweld sut mae'n cynllun ni, IMTP DHCW, yn cyd-fynd gyda beth sydd yn cynlluniau'n partneriad. Ni'n awyddus i weld mwy sydd yn ddigidol yn yr IMTPs ar draws NHS Cymru. Mi oedd mwy yn y fframwaith cynllunio cenedlaethol llynedd. Ni'n cyfarfod wythnos i fori gyda sesiwn ar y cyd rhwng y cyfarwyddwyr digidol a'r cyfarwyddwyr cynllunio cenedlaethol a'r rhwydweithiau cenedlaethol, mwyn cael sgwrs ynglyn â sut i ni'n dod â digidol at ei gilydd yn amlwg a clymu hynny at ei gilydd ar draws yr holl IMTPs sydd yn yr NHS, achos ni'n gweithio mor agos gyda'n partneriad, mae'n bwysig bod ni'n gallu asio rheina at ei gilydd, sydd yn dda anodd i'w wneud gan bod pawb yn drafftio IMTPs nhw'r un pryd. Felly, i ni'n gweithio ar hwnna, so hwnna'r trydydd peth, a wedyn y pedwerydd peth yw gweld deallusrwydd artiffisial a technoleg newydd yn amlwg yn yr IMTP, deall lle mae e. Mae yna her yn hynny, achos mae deallusrwydd artiffisial ar draws popeth, mae fe'n pervasive, ond ar yr un pryd i ni eisiau gallu cael spotlight arno fe, fel bod ni'n gallu disgrifio fe, felly ni'n gweithio trwy'r broses yna. Fe yna'r pedwar prif thema sy'n ni'n gweud i ni'n canolbwyntio ar dros yr 2 fis nesaf. Y prif risg, wy'n mynd i fathu term Cymraeg fan hyn, wy'n gobeithio bydd Marian yn gwenu, yw gor-stwffio. Fel Twrci Nadolig, byddech chi ddim gor-stwffio'r Twrci. A'r her sydd gyda ni yw, mae yna lot fawr o hype am deallusrwydd artiffisial, technolegau newydd a phethau tebyg, a mae'n gwaith ymgysylltu ni gyda rhanddeiliad hefyd yn gyrru disgwyliadau sylweddol iawn. Felly mae pawb eisiau mwy o ddigidol. Maen nhw eisiau mwy o pethau cyffroes. Maen nhw eisiau mwy o gynnyrch newydd, a maen nhw'n edrych arno ni i ddarparu hynny sy'n dealladwy. Ar y llaw arall, does dim cynnydd buddsoddiad, does dim cynnwydd yn yr adnoddau. Mae'n weddol glir bod y sefyllfa ni'n bron ar gyfyngus ar draws yr NHS yn gyffredinol o ran y gyllideb ac yn y blaen. Felly, mae yna risg i ni fyna o ran y disgwyliadau ar gyfer beth i ni'n gallu cyflawni, ond eto'n bod yna ddim cynnydd yn y buddsoddiad sydd ar gael nac ar yr adnoddau sydd ar gael. A mae hwnna ddim yn unigryw i ni, mae hynna ar draws y byddai iechyd hefyd. Felly, rwy'n meddwl y risg yw bod ni'n rhoi gormod mewn, bod ni'n addo gormod, bod ni'n rhy uchelgeisiol, a wedyn wrth gwrs bod yn rhanddeiliad ni wedi siomi. Felly, over-promising, overstuffing, ond over-promising yw un o'r prif risgiau sydd gyda ni, dwi'n meddwl. A wedyn yn olaf, jyst i gau, mae fe ger eich bron chi heddiw o ran sicrwydd. Felly, wy'n teimlo bod fi'n gallu cynnig sicrwydd da i'r bwrdd. Mae'r broses yn un gyfarwydd i ni fel bwrdd, un staff, a mewn gwirionedd un rhanddeiliad hefyd. Mae patrwm sefydlog ar gyfer sut i ni'n gweithredu fan hyn, nid jyst o ran datblygu'r IMTP, ond sut i ni wedyn yn adrodd yn erbyn y cerrig milltir sydd yn yr IMTP trwy'r flwyddyn yn reolaidd ac yn agored iawn. Mae'n rhanddeiliad ni wedi canmol y broses, y Llywodraeth yn arbennig, felly eleni a llynedd, gaethon ni glod oddi wrth y Llywodraeth, bod nhw'n fodlon ar eglurdeb a'r IMDP, sut oedd e wedi osod allan, a bod nhw'n gallu gweld beth o'n i wedi gosod fel amcanion am y flwyddyn. Ac yn olaf, ni wedi defnyddio'r broses yna, ni wedi defnyddio'r IMTP, y broses o gerrig milltir, mwyn nid yn unig delio gyda y remit letter nath gyrraedd yn hwyr llynedd, ond hefyd adrodd yn fusol i'r Llywodraeth trwy nifer o ddulliau llywodraethiant, a gweithio'n agos iawn gyda'r tîm i wneud tîm Llywodraeth, i wneud newidiadau lle bod hynny yn briodol. Felly, dwi'n teimlo'n ffyddiog bod gyda ni broses dogfen a proses sy'n tried and tested fel petai, bod ni yn neud rhai newidiadau bach gwell, ond yn gyffredinol, wy'n cynnig bod y bwrdd yn gallu cymryd hyder yn y broses a'n y tîm a'r ffordd i ni'n defnyddio'r ddogfen. Ond wrth gwrs, yn croesawu cwestiynau a sylwadau a trafodaeth y nawr.
Diolch, Ifan. No gorstwffio in that presentation, I'm pleased to say. Thank you very much. I'll open it out to questions. I had a question first, though, on the theme of alignment of digidol in plans. I think that's one of the things that we have struggled with previously in terms of understanding the priorities of health boards in things that are below major programme Once for Wales delivery stuff that we see. So I just wonder if you could talk a bit more about that challenge and how we're going to actually do that, because it's a lot easier for us to align on the things that we are delivering for the whole of Wales and each health board will have an input into than it is to align and understand what their priorities are for their local delivery pieces of work. So I just wonder if you could comment on that, please.
Yeah, I think in real time, in year, we're quite good on that. We took a collective, so we drafted, but there was a paper that went to the DDAT Leadership Board last month, which internally, in shorthand, we were calling like a digital congestion paper. But that was trying to set out all of the major programs that are being delivered alongside each other, and the challenge that is putting on the system. So, you know, the LIMS program, the RISP program, maternity, EPMA rollout programs. I think the challenge. There is a challenge in getting a strong visibility and certainty about future roadmaps for everybody. You know, we have in previous board meetings discussed how hard it is because funding is conditional. I try to be, you know, as empathetic and sympathetic as possible to digital directors. They have strategies with ambitions in them, but they are in a very, very constrained financial environment within their own organizations. And sometimes they find it very difficult to set out a 1 or a 2 or a 3 year roadmap themselves. Everything is subject to business cases and everything is subject to clawback or slowdown. So that's why we're running this sort of semi-formal session with the digital directors and the directors of planning peer group next Friday, to try to bring those in the room with a main focus on 26-27. So we'll be asking every organization to sort of set out what their digital roadmap is for 26-27, and then see how much alignment we can get at the collective level, you know, both between our partner organizations and between them and our national plan. Government attends the peer group network, so I'd expect them to be in there, and then hopefully that will inform some maybe of the policy framing that they can provide, both as government and through the DDAT board.
Diolch. Claire, did you want to comment on this, or did you have a different point?
Yeah, well, it sort of links to that. I think the financial outlook and the financial funding envelope is becoming clearer, and that will really minimise investment opportunities in the forthcoming year. So I think that's a real opportunity, as Evan was alluding to, in exploiting the digital transformational opportunities that it has in improving productivity. But also, I think we have to make the right choices when we invest going forward, and really ensuring that digital is a priority around that because of the return on investment and the digital dividend it can create. So I do think from a financial concept, we're looking at taking cost out. We've got minimal investment and we really do have to drive productivity. And I can't think of a better tool of doing that is in digital. So meeting up and working alongside the planning teams with the directors of digital is really, really getting that integration and that message across, so that the choices that we make nationally are the right ones. The only other context to add to that is the digital inflation aspects going forward. And given that the funding envelope will be constrained to covering inflationary employment costs, there also is balancing that risk as we go forward. So I think the work that Evan is doing, championing that with the directors of planning, is absolutely the right one. And hopefully collectively that will really help us put digital at the forefront of thinking as we go into what will be a very challenging year ahead in terms of the planning process.
Diolch. Thanks, Claire. David?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Stephen and Claire. Claire's explanation touched a little bit on my question, which is what assumptions are we making about budget, and in particular, where we've got product roadmaps like the NHS Wales app or DSPP, as we might refer to it. Last year, we ended up sort of doing 3 levels of investment: gold, silver, and bronze. Given what Claire's said about constraints on budget, are we looking to take the same approach again this year, and are we applying that to any of our other product roadmaps?
We've not confirmed the roadmap for the NHS Wales app for 26-27, and there'll be attention coming back to the theme of overstuffing and expectations. That there is likely to be a tension between what ministers and senior partner, stakeholders and clinical networks nationally want, which is like everything now, and what can technically and sensibly be delivered within the resources that we have available. The gold, silver, and bronze is a mechanism that was the minister's request for the NHS Wales app, particularly. At the moment, I'm not aware that we're taking a gold, silver, bronze as a general discipline across all of our product roadmaps. I think the tension that we're trying to manage is that from a user-centered design perspective, you wouldn't get into a huge amount of granular detail about exactly what it is you're going to do, because you would work with your users on an iterative, continuous manner and then respond to their needs and what is delivering value for those users. And we are in a slightly different position because we have an IMTP which got to set out very clearly at least the quarterly kind of level, the headlines of what we're going to deliver. So that's why we're very keen to get into conversation with the Welsh Government about the contents of the remit letter as early as possible, because it's the remit letter that is likely to surface some of those expectations to us, and then we can have a constructive and collaborative conversation about what can be achieved in the time and with the resources that are available. So not a very detailed answer. I don't think unless Sam Lloyd or Sam Paul want to correct, I don't think generally that we are drafting gold, silver, bronze options for every one of our main products and then asking them to choose one. And then they choose gold for each one, I think, is what I would do if I was in government.
It's a reasonable choice, though, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Everything. I want everything. Of course I do.
Yeah.
The challenge is then how do you deliver it? So I think what we haven't been very good at is getting that balance right, I think, previously. And so we need to focus on that going forwards. DL. Marilyn.
Yeah, just thank you for that, Ivan, and thank you for that, Claire. I was talking to you were saying, Ivan, about the choices you're making externally. There's obviously a lot of hype about AI, and I know on our IMPT you've spelled out the roadmap, but I'm just wondering whether we should sort of more clearly talk about the difficulties we've got. So this is the expectations we've got externally in relation to what people think we can do. Like you said, having this gold standard, but we're having to make some tough decisions, and it's just about whether or not we are highlighting that in its most broadest sense, because these are tough decisions, and I'm just wondering whether we're actually getting that message over loud and clear. That's just an observation, because we have lots of members of public listening to this, so I'm just thinking it from that perspective, outside the organisation as well as internally.
Yeah, I think the whole IMTP is about tough decisions on prioritization and about what we can put in there. And I think we signal that on AI particularly, we've pushed quite hard in the last 2 months on a AI everywhere sort of theme. So rather than centralizing AI through a small team that would decide what AI we're doing where, we've encouraged everybody who's been participating in those workshops to think very carefully about how they can use AI in their working practice and also in the products that they build and deliver, because you can apply AI in various dimensions. And then we've done a first pass on sort of scooping that up from where AI is evident in all the different roadmaps and areas, in order to then capture what that looks like, the sum of the parts. And there are lots of different applications of AI in that space. But at the same time, there's always going to be a hype and expectation. I think probably coming back to the previous conversation and to Rowan's point, one of the biggest challenges for us is everybody wants the icing, which is the AI, but you've got to bake the cake first, and that's the data. And data is, as a system, it's always been challenging to get the legal context, the legal permissions and legal powers for data sharing nailed. We were very good at it during the COVID pandemic, but those were exceptional circumstances. And I think we're still struggling to get the data flowing freely. Technically is one aspect, but legally is the second aspect. And so we've got to get some of that surfaced, in a sensible and in a constructive and a co-productive manner, because there are lots of views across the system about what is appropriate and how these things should be done, and we need consent from, and by we here I mean NHS Wales rather than DHCW. We need to find a consensual model that everybody's comfortable with.
Thank you for that, Ivan. Thank you.
Diolch, Rowan.
So I think what we need to call out here is this is a game of four-dimensional chess, right? So there's our view of what we might want to do digitally across our IMTP, right, in order to build capability, capacity to deliver it. There's what the clinical community want. We heard from Ridian about making sure that their voices are heard in the prioritization. There's what the broader system can deliver given the envelope of resources that they have. And there is, the pressure on money. And this isn't unique to the NHS in Wales. The cost of healthcare around the world is growing at about 0.3% above of GDP everywhere. So it's increasingly unaffordable. So the challenge is making the case for investment now to actually get control of that wider cost envelope, and that requires the whole system to come together. And I do think that's almost part of the silent piece of the IMTP, which it kind of gets focused into this planning window. But I do think we need that ongoing forum to make sure those voices are heard and understand the choices we're making. And it's probably never more important as we come to, I'm going to call it the excitement of AI. Because if there's no investment, what will happen is we'll do the low cost, potentially low impact things that will not have persistent value because of the way these technologies are maturing and becoming built into larger systems. So there's some real choices that have to be made that are quite informed. And I just say that not because it's particularly helpful, but to provide this context around what the IMTP is trying to kind of steer a path through. And I think it's important that it's heard. And the end game of there's no money available is the reality. But it also then kind of seeds disappointment when people hear about all these exciting things that AI will do if there's no money to deploy them in anywhere in Wales.
Claire, I don't know, there was quite a bit about money there. Did you want to come in on that or something else?
Yeah, so this is going to be an innovative plan, I think is where I conclude on this, Rowan. So if you look at AI, I almost split it in two and say there are productivity gains we can achieve through the application of relatively commodity, and I use that loosely, AI tools. And I'll give you a really good example of that. So through the Centre of Excellence led by Sam Lloyd, we have deployed a free version of Copilot that's now used by 10% of the NHS in Wales. And we know through the analysis that we're doing, through the case studies that are under development, that there are productivity gains that we can translate, not necessarily translated into cash. There is always that challenge, isn't there, of the return on investment in AI. So I think there's a role for DHCW nationally in facilitating productivity gains through the application of tools such as Copilot that actually could help drive productivity and free up and create value in that space. The other part of AI is the value space, which is where the clinical voice comes in, where there are some fundamental building blocks that need to be in place to really unlock that value and ensure that it's used safely and correctly in that space. So in that space, there is going to be some choices about how do we create a data set where we can really unlock that value safely. And then there's a question about what tools do we need to enable that to happen and what choices we've got. And that's an investment decision and it's a choice. And I think that then is one of those things that will be scrutinised. And through that planning process, what we need to ensure that we make the right choices in that space that is really going to unlock and improve patient care. So I think we're sort of juggling both of those aspects in a very challenging environment, which is why I think we have to be innovative. We really do have to look at those options that do create value for money, are easy to implement, and excite people about how they can improve their roles through the application of AI. And then there's that other space, which is really saying, what is the value we can unlock for us as patients and us as a healthy nation in the other space? And how do we do that with the right foundations in place? And one of those is obviously, you know, the work that we're doing around NDR, where we've already made some of that investment. So it's really about unlocking that value through the right choices.
Diolch, Claire. Sam?
Yeah, just to add to that, so Sam, Lloyd and I were talking the other day about how we drive that workforce productivity through Microsoft 365 tools. And we've got a meeting with Sian Richards in HIW, and just to the point that Rowan made about joining up across the system and making sure that we strengthen our approach at a system level. So yeah, really exciting in terms of the opportunities within this space to increase productivity and also to enhance employee well-being as well by having tools that help staff be more efficient and effective in terms of how they work. So there's lots of different angles from what we've talked about. So yeah, thank you.
Diolch, Sam. Ivan?
Yeah, could I just unless anybody else has got any questions, can I just can close? Thanks, diolch. As you know, yes, it is a challenge. But if we were Estates Health and Care Wales, we'd be saying that more investment was needed in bricks and mortar. And I think the challenge is that there's more investment needed in lots of different places, and there's only so much money available. So digital does have to compete. Certainly, you know, I'm convinced, as I'm sure we all are, that digital is a really high value area to invest in. And the IMTP is, as you said, part of the case that we make to push that investment. I think the thing that I want to emphasize more than anything else is that yes, the IMTP is about change and it's about innovation, and that historically has taken a lot of the focus. But one of the things we've been trying to do for the last couple of years is to bring into visibility more of the, let's call it, less exciting, but in some ways more important things that we do. You know, our systems, the systems that we provide, are being used right now by 50,000 people across NHS Wales, and we have, you know, more than 500 million registered users. Sorry, 500,000, not 500 billion, 500,000 registered users of the NHS Wales app, and we're trying to push more and more features to them. Since this meeting began, there will have been tens of thousands of attacks on the perimeter of the NHS Wales estate, which our cyber defences are managing and our SIEMs are logging and all the rest of it. It's quite hard to bring that stuff through, the bread and butter type of stuff through in the IMTP, but that is as important as the change and the other stuff, because if that goes, then you lose everything and you can't do the change and the transformation that you need. So I think, you know, we pack a lot into the IMTP, and we've worked very hard to make it, you know, clean and as condensed as possible. I'm really proud of what the team have achieved over the last few years. I'm hoping we'll see some further development. It'll come back to the board at its next two meetings for further review before hopefully getting your collective or our collective endorsement in March.
Diolch, Ivan. Still with you to take us on through the stakeholder plan.
Gret, diolch yn fawr iawn. Mae slides gyda fi am hwn, dwi'n meddwl. Dwi ddim, fi'n credu bod y tîm yn mynd i roi slides lan, ydyn, greit. Dwi ddim fel arfer yn cyflwyno slides, achos maen nhw yn y dogfennau, maen nhw yn y papurau, mae bobl sy'n gwylio'r cyfarfod yn medru agor nhw, a bydd yr aelodau eisoes wedi darllen nhw. Ond fi'n credu bod y slides ar gyfer yr eitem yma just yn dangos cymaint o waith sydd wedi digwydd ar y cynllun gweithredu yma dros y flwyddyn diwetha. a o'n i eisiau cymryd rhai o'r sleids, dwi'n wedi dod â nhw gyd, mae lot mwy yn y papurau, mae 38 sleid dwi'n meddwl yn dangos am manylder yn y papurau, o'n i jyst eisiau tynnu rhai ohonyn nhw lan. A os ewn ni'r sleid gyntaf, na i jyst gosod tipyn bach o'r cyswllt. Felly mae'r cynllun gweithredu yn dod allan o'r adolygiad annibynnol, a wnaethon ni gomisiynu oddi wrth Atos haf 2024, so ni just dros flwyddyn mewn. Yn dilyn yr adolygiad annibynnol yna, mi wnaethon ni parhau weithio gyda Atos yn erbyn yr argymhellion i gytuno ar 75 o weithrediadau. Mae just dros hanner nhw, mae 44 o'r hynna i ni i'w cyflawni yn annibynnol fel petai, gwelliannau mewnol neu gwelliannau annibynnol, a mae 31 arall yn rhai i ni'n gweithio gyda'n partneriaid ar draws y system. Felly maen nhw'n weithrediadau ar y cyd. Ni wedi wneud cynnydd da, yn credu os ni'n mynd i'r sleid nesaf, ni wedi wneud cynnydd da yn erbyn rheina, o ran ni wedi cyflawni 70 o'r rhai mewnol, 70% a 61% o'r rhai i ni'n rhannu gyda bobl eraill. Wi jyst eisiau wneud tipyn bach o sylw ynglyn â sut i ni wedi trio tynnu ar cyngor allanol yn ogystal ag arbenigedd mewnol. Ac yn arbennig, ni wedi edrych ar enghreifftiau rhyngwladol ac ar draws Bryden Fawr o'r fath yma o waith. A be mae hwnna i gyd yn dangos, a mae tipyn bach mwy yn y papur a'r sleids welwch chi yn papurau'r bwrdd, mae hynna'n dangos bod newid agweddau, newid ansawdd y berthynas gyda rhanddeiliad yn cymryd o leia 2 mlynedd, a'i newid yn barhaol, a'i newid yn ddwfn, mae'n gallu cymryd yn hirach na hynny. Ond ni eisiau gwneud gwahaniaeth, a wy'n gwybod bod y bwrdd am a'r llywodraeth am a'n rhanddeiliad ni eisiau gwella pethau yn gyflym iawn, felly ni wedi gwthio'n galed o ran cynllun 1 blwyddyn o weithredu. Wi jyst eisiau pwysleisio bydd y gwaith ddim ar ben ar ddiwedd y flwyddyn gyntaf, byddwn ni ddim wedi cyflawni pob peth, mae'n cymryd mwy o amser na hynny i ni ddatblygu, a nid just fi yn dweud hynny, ond dyna be mae'r dystiolaeth yn dangos yn rhyngwladol. Felly, dwi eisiau mynd, mae'r 2 sleid nesaf jyst yn dangos, yn rhoi'r gorolwg o beth ni wedi gwneud. Felly, dyma rhai o'r themau, ac eto, fel wy'n dweud, mae yna gryn dipyn o fanylder i gael yn y slides. Ni wedi gweithio gyda archwilio Cymru ac eraill mwyn a'n archwilwyr mewnol. Maen nhw'n awyddus iawn bod ni'n dangos yn fanwl beth i ni'n gwneud, a i ni wedi gwneud hynny yn y papurau, ond byddwn ni ddim eisiau mynd trwy 38 sleid fan hyn. Felly, wi jyst eisiau rhoi nhw ar y sgrin, jyst i ddangos amrediad y gwaith a faint mae'r tîm bach mewn gwirionedd o dan arweiniad Nadine Payne wedi cyflawni yn ystod y flwyddyn diwethaf. Wrth bod fi'n gwneud hynny, wi eisiau gweud hefyd, na i weid yn Saesneg, engagement is a team sport. Felly, nid just tîm Nadine sy'n arwen hyn, ond mae'n staff ar draws y sefydliad i gyd trwy DHCW wedi bod yn rhan o'r gwaith yma trwy ddigwyddiadau allanol a o ran y gwaith mewnol i ni wedi gwneud. Dwi'n mynd i fynd trwy bob un o'r rhain yn fanwl. Os ewn ni i'r un nesaf, wedyn bydd y sleid yma'n dangos y pethau ni wedi bod yn gwneud yn ehangach ar draws y system. Felly, y prif bwynt fan hyn yw, mae yna lot fawr o waith yn digwydd. Ni wedi gwneud cynnydd da yn erbyn dros 70 o weithrediadau i ni wedi gosod un hunain, i ni wneud cynnydd ar y rhai partner yn ogystal â'r rhai mewnol, a mae yna lot fawr o egni yn cael ei roi mewn i hyn ar draws y sefydliad i gyd gyda'r adweiniad cryf oddi wrth y tîm. Os ni'n dod i'r ail section, i'r sleid nesaf, y peth pwysig yw bod ni'n gallu mesur pa wahaniaeth mae hynna'n digwydd. A gyda'r cafiat bod gwahaniaeth mawr yn mynd i gymryd nifer o flynyddoedd, ni eisoes yn gallu gweld rhywfaint o'r impact i ni'n gallu gweld. Felly, o ran y partneriaethau i ni'n datblygu, mae'r sleid yma yn dangos. Fi jyst wedi tynnu mas 3 neu 4 o'r sleids yma. Mae'r sleid yma yn dangos y digwyddiadau i ni'n rhedeg a sut i ni'n dod â bobl at ei gilydd mewn i un lle, fel bod ni'n gallu datblygu'r berthynas yna. Credu, gyda pawb yn gweithio hybrid ar Teams a Zoom, mae'n bwysig iawn bod ni'n gwneud hynny, felly ni wedi gwneud ymdrech arbennig i ddod â bobl at ei gilydd ar gyfer digwyddiadau ar y cyd. Os ewn ni i'r un nesaf, ni wedi bod yn chwilio am gyfleoedd i rhannu'r clod. So, yn hytrach na gweud, wel, mae DHCW wedi cyflawni hyn, ni wedi bod yn rhoi pwyslais ar lansio a cyhoeddi pethau ar y cyd gyda partneriaid yn yr NHS, felly ni'n pwysleisio partneriaeth, cydweithio a'r berthynas sy'n rhynto ni trwy'r amser, mwyn eto gwthio'r syniad na o bod ni gyd yn gweithio gyda'n gilydd fel system. Os ewch i'r sleid nesaf, ni ar ôl digwyddiadau yn ceisio cymryd adborth, yn holi bobl i barn nhw o ansawdd y digwyddiad, gofyn iddyn nhw am gynigion gwella. Mae hynna'n bwysig bod ni'n agored, bod ni'n ceisio dysgu trwy'r amser, a wedyn os ewn ni'r sleid olaf yn y section yma, welwn ni ein desg gwasanaeth, a ni'n gwneud yr un fath o beth yn y desg gwasanaeth. Ni'n gofyn i bobl sy'n cysylltu gyda ni pa mor fodlon i nhw gyda'r gwasanaeth maen nhw wedi cael. Mae hwn yn rhan sylweddol iawn o'r berthynas sydd gyda ni, gyda llawer o'n rhanddeiliad. Ni hefyd, fel o'n i'n sôn yn gynt, wedi bod yn gweithio gyda'r gwasanaethau archwilio. Maen nhw eisiau i ni fesur pethau yn amlwg. Felly, wi jyst eisiau sôn am cwbl o'r bethau ni'n gwneud yn y maes yna. Os ewch chi mlaen i'r sleid nesaf ar un ar ôl. Felly, i ni'n gwneud arolwg pwls cyflym mas, jyst mwyn cael rhyw fath o adborth cyflym o'r system, o sut mae pethau'n mynd. So mae hwn yn rhywbeth byddwn ni'n parhau i wneud dros amser. A wedyn ni hefyd yn chwilio am mesurau a KPIs mwy parhaol, so ni'n gweud. Os ewch chi'r sleid nesaf. Felly ni wedi gweithio, fel o'n i'n gweud, ni wedi cymryd cyngor rhyngwladol, gweld sut mae dulliau sefydliadau eraill wedi gwneud y fath math o beth. Ni hefyd wedi tynnu ar y grŵp ymgynghorol mae Helen yn cadeirio i weithio gyda'n rhanddeiliad, i gytuno gyda nhw sut byddwn ni'n mesur a dangos yn dryloyw sut i ni'n gwneud, a wedyn ar y sleid nesaf byddwn ni'n dangos y themau sydd gyda ni o ran y gwaith ni. I ni wedi diffinio mesurau yn erbyn bob un o'r rhain. Mi fyddwn ni'n profi'r mesurau hynny i weld os ydyn nhw'n addas, a wedyn pan ni wedi cadarnhau nhw a maen nhw'n sefydlog, byddwn ni'n tynnu nhw yn fwy amlwg mewn i'r adroddiad perfformiad reolaidd fel bod nhw'n rhan craidd o'n gwaith. A wedyn, os ewn ni i'r sleid olaf oll o ran y camau nesaf, felly ni'n mynd i barhau i gadw ffocws ar gyflawni yr gweithrediadau ni wedi gosod un hunain a adeiladu ar y gwaith yma. Ni eisiau cadarnhau y ffordd i ni'n mesur ac yn adrodd ar y mesurau effaith a parhau gyda'r arolwg pwls. A wedyn y rhwydweithiau ni wedi sefydlu, y grŵp ymgynghorol a'r rhwydweithiau sydd gyda ni, byddwn ni'n parhau weithio gyda nhw i wneud yn siŵr bod pawb yn deall sut i ni'n ceisio gweithio yn y maes yma, ond hefyd bod ni'n gallu cymryd adborth oddi wrth yn rhanddeiliad, bod ni yn gallu cael sicrwydd bod ni yn ateb i gofynion nhw a bod ansawdd y berthynas yn gwella. Felly, dyma diwedd ar y slides, os chi eisiau cymryd y slides lawr. Mae'r eitem am drafodiaeth, felly byddwn ni'n croesawu sylwadau. Wy'n gwybod bod diddordeb mawr gyda aelodau'r bwrdd yn y gwaith yma i ni wedi gwneud. Wy'n credu bod y tîm wedi cyflawni sylweddol o waith dros y flwyddyn diwethaf, a wy'n gobeithio bod y cyflwyniad byr a'r slides a'r papur mwy manwl yn cyfleu hynny yn glir. Credu bod ni wedi cymryd gymaint o sicrwydd a cyngor a fedrwn ni mwyn sicrhau bod ni ar y llwybr cywir, ond wastad yn hapus i gymryd sylwadau ychwanegol ar hynny, a wedyn byddwn ni nôl mewn 6 mis mwyn rhoi diweddariad pellach i'r bwrdd fel bod e'n aros o fewn eich golwg. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Ifan. We will go straight into questions, David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks for the update. A lot of great work being done in this space, and I'm really glad to see that you're doing regular pulse surveys to make sure that the things we're doing are actually having an effect and we are improving our stakeholder engagements. My question is we did quite a comprehensive survey at the start of this. Are we planning to do something similar in, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years' time to actually get a similar set of feedback to that? Or are you just relying on the pulse surveys as an indicator that we're moving in the right direction in certain areas?
Well, we need to do more than the pulse survey. I think it's quite a lightweight, quite a rapid thing. We've a strategic objective to say that we want to be top quartile for stakeholder satisfaction. So the next step there is to confirm what will we use as our reference class or our benchmark to be the top quartile of. Now, whether that is a custom independent external survey like Atos, or whether, I think my preference at the moment, although we haven't confirmed our approach on this, would be to find a recognized industry standard type of measure where we can see that we can identify in that an appropriate reference class against which we would measure ourselves, and we'll then have further conversations about what that should be. So for things like digital maturity, each NHS Wales organisation does an assessment against digital maturity. It could be, again, depending on on the appetite from our stakeholders to do the same thing, that every NHS organisation in Wales everybody could measure their stakeholder engagement and satisfaction, and then we'd all sort of use that as a benchmark. If I'm sounding uncertain, it's because we've not yet worked out exactly what it is we're going to use, but we do want to be transparent about the progress that we are making. The point still stands, though, that it's unlikely that we will have a gigantic U-turn transformative shift in a 12-month period. Notwithstanding all the actions and energy, it's still going to take longer than that to turn the ship around.
But the heart of my question, really. So when do we think would be a good time to go back out and test that, having allowed what we've done to work its way through the system?
Realistically, we were summer 2024. I'd be thinking within the next 12 to 18 months. Certainly no longer than that, right? It's a 3-year IMTP. It can't be longer than 3 years, and I'd hope that the pulse survey is giving us enough of an indication that we can judge at the right time when there's enough movement to be worth measuring, and that aligned with where we are on our trajectory to meeting our strategic objective in 2030.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Helen?
Yeah, diolch. Thank you, Ivan. And I'd also kind of endorse the the great work of Nadine and her team and colleagues across the organisation. And we've had the second of the stakeholder advisory group meetings that I'm chairing, and really pleased that we're getting the level of engagement that we are around that table. Lots of senior leaders from across Wales giving up their time to have that conversation with us and to oversee completion of the action plan. I think there's a recognition in the conversation that we've been having with that group, which is that it is indeed, an engagement is a team sport. So that collaboration, we can't do it on our own, and we've got to do that collectively and together. So there was a real appetite and desire to get everyone in a room to have the conversation about how do we start to turn the curve on this, and how do we start to operate in a more engaged, collaborative fashion right across kind of the digital and data agenda in the NHS. So early in the new year, we're going to pull that together with the stakeholder advisory group, and maybe what we'd want to do is to workshop some of that conversation about what does it look like, how do we measure it, and we started having that conversation with that group. So I think that's something, David, that we will kind of take on board and work with our colleagues across Wales to try and agree how we will do. There's no perfect way of doing this, is there? But actually collectively, how do we think we could measure this going forward? So I feel really enthused by the energy and the commitment that we're getting to that process.
Diolch, Helen. Sam?
Thanks, Ruth. I think the work that Nadine and the team have led in this space is really impressive. I think it has been instrumental in actually starting to make a real difference to our relationships with stakeholders. So that's really important. And as Ivan and Helen have said, engagement is a team sport. So I just wanted to pick up on a couple of other things that are going on as well, which are contributing to the overall picture of how we're engaging with our stakeholders. So we've recently just concluded a review of the Microsoft Centre of Excellence, which has been fed into by all of the health organisations across Wales, and that's been a really useful and collaborative exercise, which is going to help us set out the direction of travel for that service and make sure that it continues to evolve going forward. And then also, as part of the national target architecture work, there's a community of practice which has been established, which again has representation from across Wales, which is the first of its kind, I think, and is really starting to bring together the architecture community. And as Ivan has said, that's probably going to be one of the enduring outputs from that exercise, is that real collaborative approach to architecture across Wales. And then we're looking to do something very similar for cloud. So we're just in the process of mobilising the cloud migration programme. There's interest that we've had already from stakeholders across Wales to have involvement in that and to understand the approach that we're taking and to seek opportunities where perhaps we can inform the direction of travel in other organisations. So we're going to be establishing a community of practice for cloud as well.
Diolch, Sam. Marian.
Diolch Cadeirydd, wel, sylw yn hytrach na cwestiwn mae'n debyg sy'n gen i. Gai ddiolch o galon i Ifan am yr cyflwyniad manwl yna. Mae'n galonogol iawn gweld gymaint o gynnydd sydd wedi digwydd a mae'r tîm i'w llongyfarch yn gynnes iawn. Dwi'n siŵr byddi di, Ifan, yn cofio pan githon ni'r drafodaeth yma ddiwethan y bwrdd, nes i ofyn y cwestiwn, gwych gweld gymaint o weithgarwch, ond beth ydy effaith hyn i gyd a sut ni'n mesur o. Dwi'n meddwl bydd ni'n gael heddiw ydy darlun clir o effaith y gweithgarwch yma. Dwi'n meddwl yn amlwg mae yna fwy o waith i wneud, ond yn amlwg i chi wedi datblygu modus operandi sydd yn effeithiol ac yn cryfhau ein profil ni a'n delwedd ni gyda'n rhanddeiliad. Mi na i ofyn cwestiwn ar y diwedd, achos sy'n ni wedi trafod a mae Helen wedi cyffwrdd ar y gwaith yna sy'n digwydd o ran sefydlu sut yn union ydy'r ffordd priodol i ni geisio mesur impact wrth i ni symud ymlaen. Ac dwi'n yn gwybod, da ni wedi sôn am ddangosyddion perfformiad, ych chi'n ystyried, pa bryd ych chi'n meddwl y gwelwn ni gwblhau'r gwaith yna a gallu dŵad i gytundeb o ran y prif fesuryddion craidd?
Wel, mae'r gwaith ar droed. Wy'n croesawu'r y disgwyliad oddi wrth yn partneriad ni yn archwilio mewnol a archwilio Cymru, bod nhw eisiau mesur pethau mewn rhifau. Ond ar yr un pryd, wy'n gwthio nôl rhywfaint drwy ddweud bod hi'n anodd mesur ansawdd perthynas, hyder, ymddiried ac yn y blaen mewn rhifau. A felly wy'n meddwl bod angen y ddau arno ni. Fel nath Sam ddweud, mae'r gymuned sydd o gwmpas y gwaith bensaerniaeth, wy'n credu bod hwnna, wy'n eitha hawdd gweld bod hwnna yn gysylltiedig gyda'r buddsoddi ni wedi gwneud mewn perthynas, ond dyw e ddim yn rhywbeth allai ddisgrifio mewn rhifau neu mewn niferoedd. Felly mae gyda ni ddrafft o beth yw yn mesurau. Mae rhai ohonyn nhw'n dechrau dod trwy i'r adroddiad perfformiad yn barod. Os dwi'n swnio tipyn bach yn betrus, y broblem gyda KPIs yw bod e'n anodd iawn stopio adrodd arnyn nhw. Felly mae'n hawdd llunio KPIs a rhoi degau a degau ohonyn nhw mewn, ond unwaith maen nhw'n mae'n anodd iawn trimio nhw nôl. Felly, wi eisiau bod yn synhwyrol yn pa mor gyflym i ni'n rhoi nhw, achos unwaith maen nhw'n wedi cloi fel petai, yn arbennig gan bod nhw'n rhai sydd yn adrodd dros amser. Felly, wy'n credu bod ni'n gweld cynnydd, so falle byddwn ni'n rhaid byddwn ni'n croesawu bod ti'n gofyn cwestiwn eto mewn 6 mis, ond bydd ni wedi gweld cynnydd, a wy'n credu mi fydd yr adrodd KPIs perfformiad yn fwy amlwg ac wedi gloi mewn yn fwy erbyn bod ni'n dod nôl yn 6 mis o nawr.
Diolch yn fawr, edrychwn ni mlaen. Diolch o galon.
Diolch, Marian. Diolch, Ifan. Any final comments?
No, not from Echa, thanks.
Okay, lovely. Then we note the IMTP and we received and discussed the stakeholder action plan. Diolch yn fawr iawn. It's time for amser cinio. We are going to take a half-hour break, back by 1 o'clock, please. Chris, I would suggest that we start with Audit Wales at 1 after lunch. We just spoke about them there, so they can go up first after lunch. Diolch yn fawr iawn, pawb. See you after lunch. Right, pnawn da pawb, croeso nôl. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our board meeting. Going crazy, going rogue this afternoon, and we've messed the agenda right up. So, Chris, I will rely on you to keep me straight and not miss any items. We are going to start with our colleagues from Audit Wales, who are going to talk to us about structured assessment, and then we will go back to the finance items and follow through the rest of the agenda from there. So at this point, I would say croeso I Andrew, Nathan. Chris, I'm going to hand over to you to introduce this item. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Chair. Yeah, as always, we really welcome the findings from the structured assessment work that Audit Wales have undertaken. I just wanted to note the revised approach that's been taken this year that we welcome, the revised template, which we also welcome. And also to put on record my thanks to Andrew, Nathan and colleagues in Audit Wales for the collaborative approach they've taken to the work. The findings, I think, build on previous years' structured assessment very much. And I'll hand over to Andrew to run through things. Thank you.
Chris, just confirm that you can hear me. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so I'll just give a very brief background and then I'll pass over to Nathan, who's going to talk a little bit through the high-level findings. So as part of the Audit Wales annual programme, we undertake what we call a structured assessment each year. It's something we undertake across all statutory health bodies in Wales. This focuses on board and committee effectiveness, assurances to the board, and particularly around areas of risk performance and service quality. We look at strategic planning. That includes obviously strategy, development of integrated medium-term plan and wider corporate plans. And the final element that we look at is around sort of financial performance management and oversight. So overall, like in previous years, we've noted good overall arrangements, but work also notes some opportunities to strengthen further, and Nathan will go into that. So he's going to go and run through it in a little bit more detail. But what I did want to do, just take the opportunity really to pass on our thanks for everyone that engaged during the course of the work. And sort of beyond that, I think just in terms of our general ongoing engagement with DHCW and officers, we find that very positive, proactive, and also supportive. So yeah, thank you. And I'll hand over to Nathan.
Thanks, Andrew. Can I just confirm that everyone can hear me as well, please? Great, thank you. Okay, so I'll just go through some of the high-level findings then from the review. So in terms of board effectiveness and openness, we found that DHCW operates openly and transparently and actively seeks to improve how its board and the committees work. Underpinning that, then, there's a demonstration of openness and transparency of board and committee activities. There's clear, governance arrangements are clear, up to date and reviewed annually, helping the board and committee to run effectively. DHCW's board and committees work effectively. However, the programme delivery committee should focus on issues that DHCW can control. DHCW continues to engage effectively with staff and service users and has a stable board and demonstrates commitment to continuous improvement. In terms of providing board assurance, we found that DHCW has reasonably effective approaches to providing assurance to the board and committees on risks, performance, and quality, but it could strengthen them further. So there's strong strategic and corporate risk management arrangements. Performance management arrangements are improving. However, there's scope to improve information provided in the integrated organizational performance report. DHCW is committed to embedding quality across organizational systems and processes, but there are challenges in embedding the requirements of the Health and Social Care Quality and Engagement Act as a non-patient facing body. And DHCW continues to have reasonable arrangements for monitoring and tracking audit recommendations. In terms of preparing strategies and plans, DHCW has a clear long-term strategy and medium-term plan, but it needs to improve its arrangements for obtaining assurance on delivery outcomes and impact. So the organizational strategy and IMTP set out a clear vision, goals, and key actions. However, while the key actions for year one are clear, details for year 2 and 3 in some instances aren't fully formed. DHCW will need to maintain progress and manage risks associated with this escalation action plan, particularly those risks with milestones requiring input from outside partners. It's making progress in delivering its building our futures program, a new product focused structure. However, there are some risks to delivery that will need to be managed going forward. And DHCW's arrangements for overseeing the corporate strategy and plans are reasonably effective. However, there is scope to improve update papers to the board. In terms of managing finances, we found that DHCW manages its finances well, but there are still risks relating to short-term funding requiring ongoing management. So the organisation met its financial targets for 24-25 and is forecasting to break even for the 25-26 financial year. Financial planning arrangements are strong and support strategic priorities. While the annual National Priorities Fund offers DHCW some more flexibility, it continues to be short-term, presenting difficulties to medium-term planning and hiring staff on long-term contracts. DHCW has a good approach to finding savings and overachieved against its 24-25 recurrent savings target. However, most savings still come from not filling vacant roles. The Finding More Value program is identifying savings, but it's not yet clear what those savings are, how much they will actually be delivered, or what impact they will have on future finances. And DHCW continues to have a strong approach to financial oversight. In summary then, I think this is a broadly positive report. It demonstrates effective governance, systems of assurance, strategic planning and financial management. However, as mentioned, there's some clear areas for improvement. In particular, the oversight by the programme's delivery committee and clearer reporting on performance and strategy delivery. We've made 4 recommendations that will strengthen the arrangements further, all of which have been agreed by responsible officers with appropriate timescales. Similar to what Andrew said at the beginning, I'd just like to offer my thanks as well to DHCW colleagues for their continued engagement with our work. And that's it. Happy to take any questions.
Diolch, Nathan. Marion, I was going to come to you for comments anyway, as the chair of our Audit and Assurance Committee. So if you would like to open up, thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Yes, that's exactly what I had in mind. So the Audit Committee discussed the structured assessment at our last committee meeting on October the 7th. And we welcomed the positive findings as well as the clarity of the recommendations provided by Audit Wales. I won't rehearse those recommendations. Nathan's helpfully outlined them. But I think it's important that the board should appreciate that we got some very clear assurances from the executive team that the action plan, which we've heard reference already, was being developed in terms of adopting the positive practice areas that have been highlighted by Audit Wales. And that action plan will be brought to the next committee meeting, which is being held on January the 20th. Perhaps just to reiterate, the committee was very, very positive as well, and pleased to hear about the ongoing very positive collaboration that's been throughout this process between DHCW and Audit Wales. So with those comments, we look forward to receiving and exploring the action plan in just over 6 weeks' time. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Marion. David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Nathan. I'm particularly interested in your feedback on Programme Delivery Committee, given I'm the chair. Really keen to improve how we work as a committee and our effectiveness. I'm struggling a little bit with what's behind your recommendation. Could you just sort of expand on it a little bit, if you could, please?
Yeah, sure, David. Thanks for the question. So in our observations of the committee, what we did note is that, that whilst the risks were being raised, that sometimes, were outside of DHCW's control, we felt that, the there was a lack of sort of focus really on what what DHCW could do from its perspective, for where there's actions that the DHCW could perhaps be clearer on, in terms of some of the program delivery performance, within the committee.
Okay, I'm still struggling a little bit, if I'm honest. So the role, as I see it, is to provide oversight. The challenge that we've got as an organisation is we're part of a bigger system. We have to deliver into the bigger system. So there may be an issue with a particular health board about the timing of different programs, which would get surfaced during that. So I think the wording is in your structured assessment, things that we can control or influence. I think we'd like to think that we can influence most things. So again, I'm struggling a little bit. And sorry, I'm not challenging. I'm just seeking to understand so that I can try and respond in my role as chair to make sure that next time you come and do an audit, that you can see some improvement.
I see Andrew's got his hand up there, David, so you might want to add to what I've just said.
Yeah, I think in our mind, it's very much around recognising that there are areas of the program that the committee is responsible for overseeing. Some of the areas where there are challenges are, I suppose, within DHCW's direct control. Some of those will be more around the stakeholder sides of some of your partners. What we were looking for is, when we see some of that oversight, it's sort of focused on saying, if there have been some delays, we're waiting for external dependencies in other areas. And there are some aspects where we were looking into saying, well, actually, there's work that the DHCW could do to move some of that further forward, and it's basically ensuring a bit more of a grip on that. We can go back to sort of particular examples. We can take that properly outside of the board meeting, just to work that through, if that would be helpful.
It would, if you wouldn't mind. I don't want to take up too much time now, but I really like to understand a bit more detail so that we can put some focused effort into that. Thank you.
It feels like a case study would be really helpful to work through at PDC, David, to see what we could do to improve things. Ivan, did you want to comment on that as one of our lead PDC presenters on a regular basis?
Well, yes, thank you, Ruth. And with David, I'm the lead executive for the Programmes Delivery Committee, and work closely with David as chair, and have had conversations with Audit Wales colleagues about this this persistent ambiguity, let's call it, which we usually phrase as, we need to clarify roles and responsibilities. And it is a complex environment for major collaborative programs. There's a program board, there's the DDAT leadership board, and there's the direct NHS framework of accountability that runs through Helen and usually through the lead executive for each program. And it can be very difficult to untangle those, and it can be difficult to untangle the actions that are needed, particularly when it comes to escalations, because PDC is an oversight and assurance mechanism, not an authority mechanism. It can't direct the program boards in that sense. So I think and I welcome the spirit of it, because we want to be as clear as we can about what is within our gift, that is what we can transact on, and what we can't directly from DHCW. Because one of the reasons for establishing PDC and doing what we do in the open, in the way that we do, was to help others to understand the limits of what DHCW can independently do, because there had been a tendency that everything was our fault. And very often, that is outside of our ability to influence. And we've seen that in some of the more challenging programs over the last 6 and 9 months, which board members will be very familiar with. So the response to the action is to try to clarify that wherever we can. I'm not sure that we can be crystal clear in the current governance arrangement and frameworks and the way that major collaborative programs are structured internally, each of which is different. We are trying to work hard through things like the program typology that, again, board members will have seen as part of our escalation improvement plan, to get to a more, let's call it a more considered or an optimal design for future programs that would make decision mechanisms clearer and would make roles and accountabilities sharper, more sharply defined, which would make it a lot easier then to describe in PDC what it is a DHCW can fix and what is an external dependency that we cannot directly fix.
Thanks, Yvonne. Rowan.
Firstly, thank you to colleagues from Audit Wales, and in particular Nathan, who usually has the dubious honour of speaking to me, asking me questions, and getting the full force of my opinions. So firstly, Nathan, thank you for putting up with me. I really welcome this report. You know, if it was all tickety-boo, you wouldn't have high enough ambition for both value for money from the Welsh public purse or us in terms of driving transformation. So I'm really pleased that you found areas for improvement, because I think this board shares your ambition for the organisation. I'm really interested, because you have a pan-Wales view across some of these conversations, where you see really good examples of assurance and oversight that we might be able to benefit from. So, you know, you talked about perhaps improving documentation to the board. Is Audit Wales able to point us at best in Wales examples that we might use as models? You know, not specific examples, but what can you do perhaps to support us getting better? Would be a question I'd like to have an answer to.
Thanks, Rowan. Yeah, Andrew will have an opinion, I'm sure, but I can, from my experience and looking at, you know, at doing structured assessments across different health bodies, I think this is probably quite a common area that needs, you know, requiring improvement. I can't really pinpoint where someone's actually nailed, you know, the reporting or on strategy progress and delivery to the board. I think they're all, you know, they're all at various sort of stages of development and various sort of quality as well. I have my own thoughts on it. You know, I think, you know, reporting needs to be less narrative heavy, more sort of action plan format, setting out clear actions, owners, milestones, targets, etc., just to help the board see where the progress is. I think, you know, it's natural for operational areas to want to promote what they're doing well. And that's where you tend to see a lot of the narrative heavy reports come into board. But I don't think that really helps the board see the progress of it against a particular objective. So I would probably, you know, my view is to sort of have a summary of the key points, etc., but also have an action plan appended to it that sort of clearly sets out progress. Does that help?
I think you're on point, Nathan, and I don't know, Andrew, if you want to add anything.
Well, yes, I mean, I totally agree with Nathan. I think there's a challenge across the whole of Wales. I think it's a bigger challenge to a certain extent with health boards because they have such a broad business and their business covers so many different areas. So they have what I'd say sometimes very large board paper packs. Probably think they're big in DHCW, but I assure you that some of the sort of committee agendas and packs are vast. So there's always this issue about trying to put the right information in front of the board members to allow them to discharge their responsibilities and duties. Quite often we see far too much information going, and actually it needs to be summarized in a better way with key issues brought forward, highlighting, you know, what are the key significant risks and what needs to be done about them. What I would say is that I don't think we can highlight a single organization that has this completely cracked. We see some organizations where, you know, we will look at them and there's an instance where we go, right, okay, that's a really good set of board papers. And within that that organization, it might be that one committee is a lot better than others and another committee. So there's no single organization I'd say really good. In terms of a mechanism for us to take this forward, one of the things that we do, we engage with the directors of corporate governance. And where we identify learning from our structured assessment, we do try to feed back some of those messages. So while we can't really say anything today, that might be a mechanism for us to engage the directors of corporate governance on sort of findings around that, particularly as our work at the moment, we're about halfway through completing all our structured assessments across Wales. So come January or February time, I think we'll probably have some thoughts and learning that we'll be able to share on that.
So I think that's really helpful, both of you, for making those comments. There's certainly moments when I certainly recognise, in fact, there's one I can think of very recently where we spent, most of the conversation doing the 5-year history of how we got to this point, but the issue facing the board was the go forward position. And so I think that's an example of, trying to get on the front foot. Yes, we have to understand some of the issues, but really, it's go forward and kind of the key, the key outcomes that we're driving to on a project and the performance indicators. So I would welcome a conversation with you. Maybe February, March next year, because I think this board is really open to helpful commentary, criticism, because we just need to get better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diolch, Rowan. Did you want to come back on that quickly, Nathan, before I move to Alistair?
Yeah, only to say that within the report, you will notice that we've sort of commented on the underpinning delivery plans for corporate strategies, and there's some variability in the format and style of those. If you get a corporate, we've recommended that the DHCW implement a sort of corporate style to that, which will hopefully then feed into a better, a more clearer reporting style as well going forward. Just wanted to mention that.
Diolch. Alistair.
Yes, hello. I hope you can hear me because I'm doing a workaround with laptop problems earlier, and I can't hear Nathan or Ivan. I'm on an auto transcript, which itself is very interesting. Seeing Ivan being translated as Yvonne is quite disconcerting. But anyway, I really just wanted to probe a little further on this because it's extremely helpful if we understand what it is that you're really guiding us towards. So I share Rowan's view about that, but I also take David's point very much about, what do you actually mean? And I wondered if your references are in significant part around delivery, that we need to do more in terms of impacts and outcomes, referencing actions and delivery being extremely important. I'm also reading into what you were saying and what is in the report, that more about impacts and outcomes would be helpful. Is it correct to read it that way in your report? Thanks.
See, Andrew's put his hand up, but I mean, I think you're spot on, Alistair. I think that is, certainly a big part of what we'll be looking for in sort of strategy delivery progress reports is, not only are they progressing as planned to time, is what it actually is their objective delivering what its intended purpose was.
Yeah, and as I say, I totally agree. I think from our perspective that when you sort of track and monitor actions, it's quite good. It's a proxy for the energy and effort you're putting into something. It gives you an understanding of whether things are actually moving ahead. The focus on impact and outcomes is more around value. So everything you're putting into a particular area, is it actually achieving what you wanted, the impact you wanted, or the outcome you wanted? And that's where, if you look at investment, the rather than expenditure or describing what's being done, it's about the value that's being achieved from that public investment. So yes, very much around impact and outcome and understanding that.
Thanks, Andrew. Ivan, did you want to comment on this point before I come back to
Chris?
Yeah,
if I could, Ruth. And I want to preface by saying that I 100% share that ambition, right? And I am completely on board with our colleagues from Audit Wales about what it is we should be aiming towards. And I'm saying that first because otherwise it can sound a bit defensive. It's in the nature of what we do that we build digital services and or deliver digital transformation programs, and the benefits usually accrue to other organizations. So you, even when you have a very tightly defined framework for benefits in a business case, for example, then the measurement of those benefits, the capture of the impact on time saved for clinicians or on improved outcomes for patients, that accrues in the health boards, not inside DHCW. And it can be very difficult to maintain that link because we are then reporting in DHCW on things that are happening in other organizations or not even in the organization at all, if you want to capture the real value, which is improved outcomes for patients through earlier intervention, for example, or from avoided harm and from a whole bunch of other things. So I just want to say that, as I said in my previous comment, I really welcome the report, and it is absolutely our ambition to get into that space. But it is hard, even when you've got an extremely structured and scripted, modeled approach to that, which is what a business case usually provides you. It is already modeled and forecasted what the benefits should be. In our experience of delivering programs, it proves to be very, very hard to capture those with fidelity of what is happening out there. And one of the things that we want to do is to embed, let's call them proxy measures, into the digital solutions that we either procure or build, so that we have that data coming off automatically. Because what usually happens is that somebody says, let's do a snapshot survey using Excel out there in a health board, and then extrapolate from that, by which time the program is closed, and by which time everybody has moved on, and by which time everybody is busy, and by which time there's not that much direct value for the organization because they're getting the benefits and the program has kind of already moved into its closure phase. So we're really conscious of it, and we really welcome the advice. And I would say that I'm absolutely on board, but it's going to take some time in a next generation of programs probably for us to really crack it and move significantly to another level.
Thanks, Ivan. Chris.
Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, just two comments. One, I welcome the approach to the PDC recommendation. I think a case study working through would be really helpful. I think this links to a lot of the considerations we're having around escalation, where there are things we can control and can influence, and where there are things we can't necessarily influence, and what role we play, how we best surface that in the most appropriate way. So I think that's to be welcomed. And just to comment on Rowan's ask around Audit Wales and sharing best practice. Last year, as part of their 2024 structured assessment work, they shared with the Directors of Corporate Governance peer group the themes from the findings across the system. And since then, we've been working with Audit Wales. They've been coming to the peer group on a number of the theme areas for cross NHS Wales learning, if you like. So a couple of months ago, they reported on patient safety walk rounds, what works well, where other organisations can learn. A week Friday, we've got a session on smart objectives and how tracking strategies can be done most effectively. Now, as Andrew said, I think there's one organisation that's cracked it, but what we've found useful is the discussion, some of the insight and understanding of what has worked well, what works in different contexts. And I recognise, because it's one of our recommendations around, the clear template for strategy tracking. So that's one I'm particularly focused on. But that programme of work, I think, goes through for the next 3 or 4 months. So happy to share the findings.
Thank you very much. Nathan, Andrew, any final comments for us?
No. Just thank you for having us.
Yeah, nothing from me. Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, just appreciate the continued engagement from DHCW colleagues and yourselves. Thanks very much.
Yeah, as do we. I think we've taken a little bit longer than advertised for that section, because I think it's important to have that discussion. So, diolch yn fawr iawn to both of you. You are welcome to stay, but I understand if you have things that may be of more pressing concern to you this afternoon. So, thank you very much for that. We will now go back in the agenda to item 6.1, I think. And our Executive Director of Finance, Claire Osmondson-Little, will take us through the finance report, and that will be followed by the strategic procurement report. After, of course, I should note, we received the structured assessment item for assurance. Diolch. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Right, as usual, I'll fly us through a set of slides that will take us through the financial position as at the end of October, and then I will elaborate on a couple of noteworthy points that have come subsequent to the publishment of this and the preparation of the presentation. So if you move us on to the next slide, I will cover I'll do a bit of a summary of where we are financially. I'll then dig into some of the key performance indicators I will note to show impact and outcomes. And then I'll touch on the revenue savings, the capital programme, and some of the risks and opportunities, and obviously recommend that you note the report. So I will move us on to the next slide. Okay, so we've gone past the half year and we're into the final run of 2025-26. As a finance team, we are forecasting achievement of all financial targets this year, and we are balancing obviously some of the risks and opportunities to enable us to do it. In the month at the end of October, our monthly result was a revenue underspend of just shy of 200,000 at 172. Again, our recruitment levels remain low, and you'll see that in the performance report later. There's no real changes in the level of the manning levels. So we are seeing vacancy gains, but what we are doing is now accelerating the GP practices up to 4 a month. We've also implemented some vaccine improvements around flu vaccines, and we've also recognised the risk around the VAT following the recent ruling with HMRC in relation to Office 365, and you'll see that in the bridge coming up. In terms of savings, we had a residual savings target of 3.4 million for 25-26. We're slightly exceeding that at the moment, and most of which is recurrent. And notably, whilst audit officers have gone now, most of our savings are in the non-pay rather than the pay arena, which is really reflecting some of the work that we are now implementing as part of building our future within the operations and the primary care space to underpin that, and we'll touch on that in a bit. In terms of our national priorities, obviously we've received 29 million, nearly 30 million from Welsh Government, and also funding from health boards, totaling the national priorities of around about 31.2 million or 3 million, and we've also had a capital allocation of 8.7. So we are managing that portfolio, and it is a tightrope. Yvonne and I, over the last week, actually, have been doing the deep dives into the financial forecasts. So we are looking to balance that, but it's we're having to really get into the detail to really assure ourselves that we can do that collectively. And I really welcome some of that collective working with the programmes to enable us to do that. The discretionary capital plan, you know, was slightly uplifted this year to 3.250, and of that, a lot of that, in addition to that, we had our national priorities, which was 8,781,000, dominated by limbs and risk, and you'll see that in a minute when we come to the detail. And we also requested, and we were awaiting confirmation in relation to the revenue capital swap shop we were doing with Welsh Government for the NHS app. And I can now confirm that we've had that, so that has enabled us to really move forward with the investments and activities we were doing in that space. Obviously, we're not without our financial risks. So we've done a detailed exercise on the impact of digital inflation. We've now finalised that, and we will circulate that round to our key stakeholders in that space. It is running between 8 and 16%, and it's certainly well above the 3 or 2.2% that we will be the underlying inflation. So that was going to be a real pressure point for us, which goes back to really demonstrating that digital dividend from the investments that we take and being able to articulate that. We've also had the risk in terms of our HMRC VAT, and obviously we are trying, without a long-term funding security, we are balancing the need to maintain and grow our resource in a fixed term environment. So we are trying to balance our resourcing requirements with our anticipated funding requirements, and also the pipeline of programmes that we will have in front of us going into next year. So our underlying position, as we entered this year, we entered the year with a 0.9 million underlying deficit. That was down from 2.7 million the previous year. We're looking to the end of the year at 0.4 million, and having just had my return from Welsh Government, they are keen for us to understand how we're going to tackle that deficit, like others, going into next year. So that's really the executive summary. So if we move on to the next slide, then I'll go into a bit more detail. So as a board, these are our statutory or key financial performance measures. It's green. It's probably not green across most organisations in Wales, but for us it is green. And that shows really that our revenue position is slightly underspent, but we're looking to balance over the year. Our capital spend increased in the month. We're up to just short of 4.9 million, and we are anticipated to break even. Our public sector pay policy is at 98%. Actually, Sam and I, as part of our partnership reviews with NWSSP, this is an area of strength for DHCW if you look at others across the system. So that was quite a helpful viewpoint. And then in terms of cash balances, our cash balances are down to just under 5.8 million. We are looking to grow those balances back up in order to settle some of our outstanding VAT to HMRC. So overall, a strong financial position at the end of October. So if I move us on to the next slide. So this shows the position of the delegated budgets across DHCW by directorate. As you can see, the ones in blue are the ones that are carrying an underspend. That's driven primarily by manning levels and some of the savings that we've undertaken. And if you look at the right side, you'll see the pressure points. Primary care, Sam Hall's area, is slightly underspent, and that's actually a combination of quite a number of factors. The first is that they have actually contributed a significant amount to the savings plan, and they do have quite a number of vacancies that is supporting some of the additional investment that they're doing in their area. We have had some additional funding in the month for Choose Pharmacy and for the eye care referral system. But we've also seen an uptake in the vaccine activity, as I just alluded to. There was the flu vaccines, but we've also seen an increase in letters and texts. And also they've absorbed up until now the GP migration costs internally, and obviously those are now kicking up from to a rate of 4 a month. I've also recognised prudently the risk around VAT in the month. So even when you include that, we have a balanced position of just shy of 172. So I'll move us on to the next slide, which really talks about capital. And this is where I'll probably update where we are in terms of the capital position. So in our control total, we have a discretionary capital. That's capital we have a choice in how we spend and prioritise. So that's 3.250 million. And as you can see, our focus has been in the infrastructure, cyberspace, but also in our integration hub and estates. And obviously we do have a replacement laptop budget that we use. So during the month, previous month, we submitted additional capital asks to Welsh Government to further enhance our cybersecurity, but also to look at additional funding for e-referrals, but also for the integration hub. And we also, as I referred to earlier, asked for a switch in our NHS app from revenue to capital. And during the month, we had confirmation from Welsh Government of the switch, but also that they'd fund all our cyber-related investments. However, they did say that they were not going to fund our e-referrals and integration hub. So for us as a team, I think during the next month, we'll be looking at our overall capital budget and priorities, and we may have to rephase some of the initial budgets into other years in order to ensure that we do spend the money in the priorities that Sam and his team have set, and we're working to do that. So I don't foresee any issues in that space. It might mean that we rephase our laptop reprocurements, for example, into the beginning of next year rather than this year, for example. Okay, so so we welcome that assurance around Welsh Government, which is slightly disappointed we didn't get everything, but given where we are, we appreciate that and we'll work to ensure our priorities are prioritised. In terms of the national digital priorities, obviously you can see there that the diagnostic part of that really dominates the allocations for this year. And again, with that programme, we are looking at the phasing of that to ensure that we allocate our allocations this year in a timely manner. And then obviously work has progressed well during the month for the app, and the cloud transformation procurements are underway. So I'll move on to the next slide. Okay, this one really details the breakdown of our total spend, our savings by directorate. And as you can see, primary care, operations, and obviously the finance and insurance team are leading the way in terms of the savings plans, but that's really dominated by a real mix of pay and non-pay initiatives, and it is predominantly recurrent in terms of its nature. So I'll move this on. Okay, so as you can see, we have identified a number of opportunities, but there's also clearly a number of risks that we're also trying to manage. So in terms of our accountancy gains, so we've done, as part of the half-year review, a detailed analysis of all the provisions that we are currently holding. That totals just under 3.6 million currently, and also we've recognised the phasing of the vaccine letters. Although they've kicked up, actually there is the activity is less than we would have expected. In terms of risk, I talked about the balance in short and long-term funded posts. So again, looking at our pipeline, our forward pipeline, and the phasing of our programmes, we've got this delicate balance of ensuring that we have and maintain the right resources within DHCW. And obviously we are getting a clear understanding of the risk around the VAT and the VAT recovery, and we've recognised that as a risk going forward. So I'll move us on, which I think is to our final slide. Right, so from a DHCW board perspective, I'm asking you to note the position and happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Diolch, Claire. I will open up for questions and comments. Alistair.
Thank you, Claire. Really thorough. And firstly, just to say, well done. It's such an achievement for the whole team pulling together to be able to manage finances so effectively in incredibly challenging circumstances. So I don't take that lightly, and really tremendously well done. Just a couple of things, if I may. I noticed and noted that with pleasure that the 3.6 million savings includes substantial amounts which are recurrent, which will in itself be helpful as we move forward. So I think that's notable and excellent. In terms of the cash balances, can you advise what or approximately how much of that is non-allocated or non-earmarked? You indicated obviously building it up in terms of dealing with VAT. I just wanted to understand whether what we were looking at is unallocated, non-earmarked, or if that would be part of what we have. And just the last one, Claire, we've been holding some vacancies, and organisations, have been doing this, a lot in the last year or two, if not longer. And we've been holding some for quite some time. Do we have a cut-off point where we say, look, if we haven't filled a vacancy for all the reasons within 6 months or within 12 months or whatever, that we will delete the vacancy and simply take that into our core budget? I just wondered if you might help on those. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to come in on those? Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, no, the savings targets are us actually, like I said, a lot of them are non-pay and recurrent, which is really helpful, and particularly around the operations area in terms of energy efficiency within the data centres, but also some of the contractual non-requirements going forward. And the FinOps are in and around cloud has really been helpful in that space. In terms of our cash balances, the normal target is around 3 million. So we try to keep the balance in and around 3 million. what we've seen is in July and August, we did build up the cash balances as a result of the Microsoft payment. And since then, you've seen our cash balances come down back to the normal level. They will go back up again now because Q4 is really an active where we have a lot of activity and a lot of payments go out. So it'll sort of be a hockey stick. And we do think 3 million is a challenge in total, actually, for an organisation, because it's remained unchanged for a number of years and yet our activity has gone up. But we always strive to do that at year end, and it is quite a balancing act. And then in terms of how do we ensure that we don't normalise vacancies within a budget position, the Sam Morgan and Michelle Sell are doing quite a piece of work understanding our overall vacancy position. And it's part of the risk mitigation that we're doing, is to understand and challenge with the fixed term resources we've got, how we can marry them into positions within DHCW and understand the fit and where the skill gaps are. So Sam and Michelle have done an excellent piece of work that we review. Actually, we're reviewing it this week as part of weekly execs to ensure that we manage that risk in the right way.
Thanks, Claire. That's really helpful.
Thanks, Claire. Rowan.
Just a very quick comment, Claire, but really positive to see the capital support for cyber investment. So well done on making the case and getting that funded. Thank you.
Thanks,
Rowan. David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Claire, for the update. A couple of questions, if I may. So the GP migrations require an extra $1 million, and LIMS might need another $500,000. I wasn't clear from the report and what you said whether we've got those two positions covered. So could you comment on that? And then with regard to the VAT recovery and the interest, could you just expand a little bit in terms of when we'll know for definite there's a payment that we have to make and when it'll land, either before end of the financial year or we've got a little bit of time on our hands?
Yeah. Thank you, David. So the $1 million GP we're referring to is there was the underlying requirements for the GP rollout has all been funded. What we are now doing is there is a fund that relates it to GP practices that were being forced to change rather than volunteering for change. And there was a financial support package put around that. We will draw down on that as and when we pay that to the relevant GP practices. So there is a phasing effect with that between ourselves and Welsh Government. So there's no risk. It's really about how we manage that relationship. And in relation to LIMS, it goes back to the work that Evan and I are doing around balancing the portfolio. We recognise that within the DPIF portfolio, there are predicted underspends and there are predicted overspends. And as at the end of October, we were balanced. But the work that we're doing through the deep dives with each of the programme leads is just to assure ourselves of what are the upside risks and what are the downside risks to make sure we land that position at the end of the year. And that isn't easy, I think is probably the phrase that we use, but we have got a clearer understanding of what the upside risks are and what the downside ones. So if you look at LIMS, actually, although we're forecasting overspend within that, we already can assure ourselves that it's not $500,000 anymore, it's less. But again, you know, it's a balancing act, and that's what we're doing collectively.
Great. And the VAT recovery?
Oh, sorry, yes, how can I forget that? So the VAT recovery, we had formal notification in, I think it was July, where the HMRC wrote to us and clarified for the first year of the VAT recovery, their position and the interest consequences. So we've taken that into the position and recognise it, although we are going to challenge that. They have also published in November recent VAT guidance, which we haven't had for 4 or 5 years in relation to that space. So we're also digesting that with our tax advisors. So we've recognised that. We've only had formal notification for this year, but we're already looking at that and being prudent around what that looks like over the total VAT recovery and taking that position as well, so that we can assure you as a board that we can manage that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Claire.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. I mean, I think I'm keen to understand what the overall impact is, because obviously it's guidance from HMRC to everybody on VAT recovery for digital assets, isn't it? So that how all of those will be treated will be different. So if there's a wider impact, I think we need to understand what that is as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Diolch. Thank you very much, Claire. We have received and discussed the report, and then I will stay with you to take us through the strategic procurement report. And I believe we are being asked to approve 2 contract extensions and value increase papers and an MOU, being P668 Data Centre 1, P997 National Health and Care Architecture for Wales, and the MOU in relation to the National Data Resource and other initiatives. Diolch, over to you, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you're right. We are looking for 2 contract extensions and value increases and the Memorandum of Understanding for approval. So I'll take the first 2 together, if that's all right, Ruth, and then we'll pause and then do the MOU. So the first one relates to CDW Limited, which relates to our data centres. This contract was originally entered in 2021, and it was for a term of 5 years, which comes to an end in February 2026. The ask is to extend this contract from February 26 until February 2029. The original contract value was 3.9 million, excluding VAT, and the proposed increase for those 3 years is 1.7 million, or £1,729,211. And this excludes the energy costs associated with the data centre, because they are billed separately and obviously are correlated to changes in energy pricing. The contract is to align ourselves to our new cloud programme. So our intention is to leave the data centres and move into cloud. And this modification enables us to progress that and maintain operational services to health boards and trusts across Wales seamlessly. And there are 2 areas of the contract that will reduce our data centre footprint. So we are looking through those 3 years to reduce our rack footprint, and also the consequential energy reduction as a result of that reduction in storage. There is no further extension, and by that time we would have fully shifted to cloud. So this modification allows us sufficient time to complete those activities. It also now enables us to maintain 2 data centres, which for resilience purposes is what we would need. And it also ensures that there is no disruption as a result of the move for the cloud migration. And it was also part of the cloud case, and it correlates with that. And following legal advice, it complies with Regulation 72 of the PCR 2015 to modify this contract. And obviously, we would notify the market and expect 30 days period of challenge. So again, it complies, and we've had advice in terms of the approach that we are taking. So that is the first contract variation, and I'll just cover the second one, and then we can break. So the second one is, as Chair quite rightly said, 997, which is the National Health and Architecture for NHS Wales contract. The supplier here was Channel 3 Consulting Limited. The term originally was from May 25 until May 2026. This is an option to extend for a further 12 months to May 2027. The original contract had a value of 700,000 excluding VAT. We are proposing to increase it a further 280,000 excluding VAT, which will take the total value to 980,000. And this contract was awarded again under the PCR 2015. It followed a competitive process using the Crown Commercial Services Technology Service 3 framework. And this really enables us to build and finalise some of the work that we're doing as part of the national architecture work, that the first part is completed, and it also gives us an option to do further work and to call off other areas of work to support the further developments that programme has identified as part of the first phase. Again, this is a modification to an existing contract and is permitted under the regulations, as previously mentioned, 72(1), and it meets the conditions set in this regulation. So those are the two contract values and extensions that we are looking for the board approval today. So I'll pause there.
Diolch, Claire. Any questions or comments on those contract extensions, or are we happy to approve them? I think, Claire, clearly everything was super clear. Diolch yn fawr.
Okay.
Happy to approve.
Great, thank you. The last approval we're seeking is for a memorandum of understanding in relation to the NDR and other initiatives, and this is with Social Care Wales. It's the term of this MOU would be from the 1st of December 2025 until the 30th of November 2028, and it's up to a value of 2 million excluding VAT. And this is really to continue the strategic partnership between Digital Health and Care Wales and Social Care Wales to deliver the national data resource and related activities. The collaboration is designed to support Welsh Government priorities, particularly the vision set out in Healthier Wales and the Digital Health and Social Care Wales strategy for Wales. This MOU provides the framework for joint working, aiming to improve social and health care outcomes through enhanced data sharing, the development of common data standards, and the adoption of digital innovation. It formalises the relationship between the two organisations and builds on previous collaborative work and sets out clear governance, financial arrangements, and programme deliveries between the two parties. In summary, the MOU provides a robust foundation for delivering a more joined-up, data-driven approach to the health and social care in Wales, and I recommend the board for approval to enable this to continue.
Thanks, Claire. Any questions on that one? Helen and then Rowan.
Yeah, just to say that it's really good to see this come into the board, and to just call out the strong partnership working that we've created with Social Care Wales. So there's a lot of good work, not just in the NDR space, but that's where kind of the focus can be. But I guess this agreement gives us that the governance framing that we need to work in a way that means we can have collaborative objectives that we need to achieve together, really, and it's all about moving that forward. So yeah, just wanted to call that out. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Rowan.
I think this is why we get up and come to work. This is core to our business and is a fantastic extension and expansion of the impact that NDR has. So I'd recommend it enthusiastically, Claire.
Well, with a recommendation like that, I think it's probably safe to say that unless there are any other comments or questions, we approve that final piece as well, Claire. Diolch. Who are we to next? Chris, are we back with you for the corporate risk register?
We are. Diolch,
Okay.
Chair.
I want to take a 5-minute comfort break. I can do that now, or I can do that after you've done risk register.
Do you want me to do it quickly?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Diolch.
Thank you. We ran through the 5 strategic risks earlier as part of the board assurance reporting dashboard. So we're going to cover the latest corporate risk register position. So these are risks informed by team, department, and directorate risks. There's 16 risks on the corporate risk register, 14 of which are detailed in the pack of board papers. 2 are private, and they're considered at the Digital Governance and Safety Committee in closed session. I just want the board to note the current position in terms of changes and new risks. So there's 2 new risks that have come onto the risk register. The first one is 0237 new requirements impact on resources and the plan. And Ivan referenced this in his IMTP update. So I'll just see if Ivan wants to comment on this one briefly.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Chris. So it's in the accustomed if then resulting in format of risk registers. But if I was to boil it into natural language, I would say if we've agreed a plan which uses all of our resources with government at the beginning of the year, and then through the year, more requests come in at the top from government, from health board partners, and from others for priorities, which is what has been happening, particularly over the last 3 months. Then that puts a lot of pressure onto what we've agreed that we would, or what has been agreed, we would deliver through our IMTP. And unless we can either prioritize those or we can find additional efficiencies and productivity enhancements in year on the fly, then that puts a lot of pressure. And what it will do is it will push off those milestones that are in our IMTP. And that will be perceived as us not delivering against our IMTP, even though the reason for it is that we've been asked to deliver many additional things in year, and to pick out two clear, a recent example would be integrations to the Badgernet maternity programs across the whole of Wales. A request came in at the beginning of October from 5 health boards to provide them with those integrations. The CDR engineering team has been deployed onto an urgent task force approach response to that. And obviously that means we need to take them off what they were planning to do. So those things do happen through the year. We try to capture them. The mitigation for this risk is to capture them clearly through the PPMG group that Michelle chairs, track them through our milestones, make it as visible as we possibly can, in order to have an open discussion with our stakeholders and our funders, the Welsh Government, so they understand where the pressure is coming from.
Thanks, Ivan. And I think you articulated it through the IMTP update as well, so thank you. The second new risk is 0351 changes in the political landscape in Wales, so just reflecting that there are Senedd elections coming up in May, and this period brings an element of uncertainty to the sector, to the organisation, which could translate into opportunities or threats for DHCW, particularly regarding future health policy around digital transformation, the allocation of resources, and how that might impact the organisation. So one that we'll be closely monitoring over the coming months. There have been a number of risks that have been removed from the risk register since the board last met. So 0207, the document management strategy. I think we updated that we were close to being able to take this off at the last board meeting. The document management plan now stands at 91% complete, so it's been downgraded. It's continuing to be monitored until it gets to its 100% completion rate. There is a private risk that has been downgraded, and members of the Digital Governance and Safety Committee will be well aware from the meeting last week the details around that. And then 0318, the Welsh Language Scheme compliance as it relates to the bilingual login of the NHS Wales app. That's been downgraded. It hasn't been removed, but there's been a lot of proactive engagement with the Welsh Language Commissioner's office around understanding the position, the timeframes, and the third-party reliance we have on addressing that particular risk. There's 2 further risks that we will be covering in private session after this public session, so I'll cover those in that session. I do want just the board members to note the annual corporate risk trending analysis. So I think we're just going to show a couple of slides. We've been working through the committee structure over the last couple of months. And if we move to the next slide, we'll just show the summary at an organisational level. So over the last, over the 12-month period within which we're looking at, all new risks have come on with the approval of the relevant executive lead to the corporate risk register, and they've been assigned to a committee of the board for oversight and scrutiny and allocated to one of the 5 strategic missions as reflected in the BAF earlier. So if we move to the next slide, on the 1st of October 2024, when this work started, or the review started, there were 14 corporate risks during the 12-month period to the end of September 2025. 15 risks were escalated and 12 have been downgraded or removed from the corporate risk register. And the next slide will just show that a number of corporate risks have remained on the corporate risk register for that 12-month period. So the committees have had a real focus on these risks for obvious reasons. They're the ones we've struggled to mitigate in year. And I think from an auditing assurance committee perspective, it's the sustainable funding model and getting a long-term solution to that, and the fixed-term resource funding that Claire alluded to earlier. So work continues there. From a digital governance and safety committee, information governance and the two corporate risks that we have on that have been a real focus for that committee over the last 12 months. And there's work ongoing with partners to try and address those risks. And finally, on the Programmes Delivery Committee, there's 3 risks there that over the next few months, I hope will be removed from the risk register. They have been long-standing, but we did talk about Canisk earlier. Until it's fully decommissioned and not in use, it remains on, but we're very close to that point. Mentioned the Welsh Language Scheme compliance, and the last risk there will be covering later in the board meeting. So those are the areas of focus, if you like, from a long-standing risks for the organisation. If we go to the next slide, just demonstrates over the last 12 months, or that period that we're looking at, the Digital Governance and Safety Committee, the majority or the highest number of risks corporately have been allocated to that committee, followed by the Programmes Delivery Committee. Not a surprise when you think about the work and the remit of the Digital Governance and Safety Committee. So the clinical informatics, cyber, information governance risks all get assigned to that committee. The next slide just shows that the majority of our risks over that 12 months period have been service delivery related from a principal risk domain perspective. And the last risk just shows that the strategic missions alignment, if we just move to the next slide, the strategic missions, the majority of the risks, again, allocated to missions 1 and 2, which reflects the committee assignment to digital governance and safety. So it's just a quick run through of where we've got to in terms of the analysis over the last 12 months. And again, grateful to each of the committees of the board for the time we've spent just deep diving and going through some of those risks, particularly those that have been long-standing.
Diolch. Chris, I will open out to any comments or questions, but that was incredibly clear, thank you. And I like to see the trend analysis because I think it gives us assurance that we're focusing our efforts in the right places on that. Any comments or questions before we take a short break? No, thank you very much. We have received and discussed that the corporate risk register and the annual corporate risk trending analysis. Diolch, Chris. We will take a short break now. If we can be back by 15:15, please. Diolch yn fawr. Okay, I think we've got pretty much most people back in, so we will make a start. Croeso, and we are into the last section of the agenda, and we are back with Claire for the performance report. Diolch, Claire, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So in your packs, you've got a detailed performance report. You've also got the half-year strategic performance report, which details our progress against the key missions. I'm not going to go through all of that. I'm going to summarise for you the key performance highlights. In terms of strong performance during the last 2 months, where you've seen areas of strength is in the statutory mandatory training, the electronic prescribing system rollout, NHS app usage, GP migrations are stepping up and going to plan, the service desk abandonment calls, and also in the public sector pay policy. So those are the areas of real strength in our performance report. But really, just to highlight the progress we've been making, obviously we're in September and October is the peak half year and also the peak in terms of milestones, which are quarterly driven. Of the 330 milestones, in the last 2 months, we've completed 70. We are forecasting 5 now to be later, but there was a high volume of quite complex milestones, predominantly hitting the end of Q2. And because of that complexity, and also including a lot of coordination between not just our external suppliers, but with health boards and also within the technical teams, I think that led to, you'll see in the progress against the quarterly milestones, a slight drop in our confidence levels to around about 83%. But despite those pressures, DHCW met the deliverables in their milestones. They prioritised deliverables, and we've already talked on a number of these in and around the NHS app, the national architecture, the vaccine, and they actually prioritised replacing and rephasing other activities to accommodate and support these and deliver the health board's requirements in key programmes, particularly such as LIMS and RISP. So we have, as an organisation, worked really hard to prioritise the right milestones and deliver those in the last 2 months. We're also doing well in terms of our accountable conditions. We've got a high level of delivery for the end of year delivery, and also we delivered one of those accountable requirements in the last month. In terms of our stakeholder performance, you'll see in the report that service desk customer satisfaction surveys continue to be high and highlights both strengths in both areas, and they're high in both areas. And one of the they did actually have a peak in the last month, which was as a result of the go live with the Welsh immunisation systems, where calls were the high level of calls were received, but actually the calls that they received weren't necessarily technical calls. They related to the processes in and around the new system, and actually DHCW resolved those collectively with the process owners, which were outside DHCW's remit. But again, it just shows us working within the system to support where we can, but also address where there are technical issues and resolve them. In terms of our organisational capacity and performance, as I alluded to before, our headcounts remain relatively flat, with a low turnover and actually low absence levels. And again, our statutory and mandatory training was at 95%, 94.73%, which is above target. So where are the areas of concern? In terms of our national service tickets and being resolved within the SLA, that actually fell below target for the first time at 94.6%. And that really reflects the level of activity in and around the Welsh immunisation system that went live with the latest release during that time. The appraisal compliance has actually fallen. I know, Marion, you picked up on this before, below target again this month. Again, that remains a focus for directorate senior leadership teams, and I think it really reflects that high level of activity towards the end of the quarter. The time for vacancy creation, the time it takes between vacancy creation to unconditional offer has risen to 57 days against a target of 51. And this is really driven by the time to shortlist, which was 11 in October and also in September against a target of 6 days. And that's because we're actually seeing a high volume of applicants for job vacancies, which is meaning that shortlisting is taking a lot longer than usual in affecting the length it takes. Again, Sam Morgan and I had a meeting with NWSSP to see how we performed in relation to other areas of the NHS, and they highlighted work that Hywel Dda have done in this space. So we will take note and investigate what they're doing in order to keep the number of days below target. The first line fixed rate also fell again against a target of 20% to 19, so nearly there, and it has actually been in gradual decline since February. This is despite higher overall call volumes in the service desk and low abandoned calls. And the root cause analysis shows that actually the technical complexity in relation to some of those calls is where the opportunity exists for the team to develop skills and improve develop skills to improve the efficiency and enhance the customer experience. So again, what we're seeing is, as a result of some of the system go lives, quite more technical requirements in terms of the service desk and how they fix them. And then actually resolved areas of concern, the quality management compliance improved this month and therefore is no longer an area of concern in terms of performance. So that really summarises some of the key highlights for you as a board, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Diolch, Claire. I will open that out. David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Claire, for the update. Claire, this might be more a question for Sam, but I agree with your comment that our turnover rate is low. UK average is well above 13% and ours is well below that. However, that said, we did have a bit of an increase between August last year and January this year. It went up from around 7 to 9%. I just wonder whether we had any insight into why there was a little bit of an uptick in the last quarter of last calendar year.
Go on, Sam.
Yep, David. So thanks. Really good question. We had a number of fixed term contracts coming to an end in January last year. Yeah.
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay. That explains it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diolch. Any other? No. Fantastically clear. Oh, Sam?
Can I just add to what Claire said in terms of the shortlisting, please, Chair, in that we've obviously implemented some additional training for line managers around how we recruit, and we've strengthened the work that we're doing in that space. So whilst we are conscious of the All Wales benchmark in terms of shortlisting days, we also want to make sure that we shortlist in the right way as well. So it's that balance between the increased level of applications that we're having, and as Claire said, we're having lots of AI generated applications in, so we're looking at how we can address that and recruit differently, but also that balance of doing that shortlisting really well in a fair and proportionate way. So just to flag that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diolch. Looks like no other comments or questions. Claire, thank you very much. We have been asked to receive and discuss the performance report, so we have received the report. Diolch. Moving on to item 6.6, escalation update, and I'm back with Chris.
Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I'm just going to update on the current escalation position. So as board members are aware, our escalation status changed from level 1 routine monitoring to level 3 enhanced monitoring in March this year. And in response to that, we've put together an escalation improvement plan based on the escalation framework we've agreed with Welsh Government. So the update I'm going to run through, we'll just cover where we've got to in terms of the improvement plan, some of the escalation activity and discussions that have happened over the last couple of months, and board oversight. So if I start with the escalation activity since the last board meeting, we held a two IQPD meetings. Well, one was just before the last board meeting on the 22nd of September. There was also an IQPD integrated quality performance and delivery Welsh Government meeting on the 27th of October. And those meetings are where we have the formal monitoring of progress against our escalation status. The next meeting is scheduled for next week on the 3rd of December. They tend to follow a similar pattern, the meetings around progress against our escalation milestones, a forward look to future milestones, the opportunity to highlight any areas of concern or escalate any issues or risks. And they also often deep dive into particular areas. So the September meeting had a deep dive into the National Target Architecture project and the status of that work. The October meeting had a deep dive into the NHS Wales app and the work that was going on around the NHS Wales app Silver roadmap. So just some highlights from the discussion on the 27th of October. There was a focused bit of work that Programmes Delivery Committee members will be aware of around programme typology, commercial frameworks and Once for Wales approach. So we discussed that at the IQPD meeting. There was a request for that work to go to the Directors of Digital for further engagement, which took place on the 4th of November, and Ivan presented the work to the Directors of Digital there on that date. We had an update on the two diagnostics programs and their current status, and we ran through the current status in terms of the Stakeholder Engagement Action Plan. And just to note, the stakeholder engagement response to the action plan is part of our de-escalation criteria. And then, as mentioned, the deep dive discussion was into the NHS Wales app. A couple of other meetings that have taken place that have covered escalation related programs. So Helen's been to the Chief Exec management team. There was a meeting on the 7th of October, an update included a number of our major digital programs, intensive care, connecting care, the NHS Wales app, and the diagnostics program. I've had an additional meeting on the 10th of October with the head of NHS Wales performance and escalation. So that was a stock take and a reflection of where we've got to from a organisation on the escalation work to date. And coming out of that discussion was an action for me to meet with the digital policy lead on escalation on a weekly basis. So that's happened since that meeting. We've been meeting on a Wednesday. We also had the discussion around the typology work and how that's taken forward through Directors of Digital and next steps and how that's socialised across the system more broadly. There was also a DDAT leadership board meeting on the 4th of November. Again, Helen attended that meeting, and a number of our major programmes where we are in escalation status were discussed and updated at that meeting. And I mentioned that explicitly because the new national governance framework is referenced in our escalation framework, and that we make use of it appropriately during our time in escalation. Also worth noting, the head of performance and escalation attended the last Programmes Delivery Committee to have a conversation with committee members on progress, as that's the committee of the board that oversees the enhanced monitoring improvement plan. And just to move on to the improvement plan and the current status, section 4.2 of the paper just has a visual of where we've got to in terms of the milestones and delivery. But just to summarise, to the end of October, there were 36 milestones which we had to deliver. As we stand now, 35 of the 36 have been delivered. One of them is marked as partly delivered, so that's milestone 2.2 relating to the NHS Wales app, and the updates earlier will have reference to 6 of the 7 health boards having rolled out the new functionality and features that were discussed earlier. So that's part completed. Of the 35 that have been delivered, it is worth noting that 4 of those milestones didn't hit their target dates. So those are set out within the paper, but the joint data controller agreements to be agreed with NHS bodies was due to be complete by the end of July. That was complete at the end of September, but obviously has a clear external dependency. The milestone around colposcopy go live was scheduled for the end of June. It took place on the 9th of July, so that was 9 days after its due date. The National Target Architecture had a milestone to have mapped the current and future state by the end of September. The current state work was complete. The future state had an extension to the end of October. And finally, the NHS Wales app, which I mentioned. So those are the 4 that didn't meet their target date, but 35 of the 36 milestones have now been completed. In terms of board oversight, there's a board development session on the 18th of December. And having discussed with yourself, Ruth and Helen, there's a chunk of that agenda dedicated to some of the work that we've done and commissioned through escalation, some of the reflections for the board to build on from future board development sessions. So understanding the opportunities, the challenges, and the system learning, and how some of the work we've done we can socialise and build on. So I'll just conclude by saying a tripartite meeting took place last week, I think it was, to consider the escalation status of all NHS bodies. So that was on the 17th of November. Feedback from that to NHS bodies is expected before Christmas. So we should have an update on our escalation status and if there's any change, hopefully before Christmas. So I'll pause there. Happy to take questions.
Deal, Chris. In terms of the forward look, given that we're kind of coming to the end of our first main chunk of deliverables under the escalation plan, what will the forward look comprise of in the next review? Because, obviously some of these we want to continue. We need to think about stuff for January, and it's almost regardless of whether we're still in escalation or not at that point, right? These are the things that we're going to be doing next. So what does that look like at the next escalation meeting?
Yeah, so I think that will be a topic of discussion on the 3rd of December, because as you rightly say, there's only 6 milestones now to be delivered of the 42. And the time frame for the improvement plan was a time frame that Welsh Government advised us to put in, i.e. circa 6 to 9 month period, demonstrate delivery. So one of the discussions I had with our escalation lead was to start to think about future milestones, what that could look like, both from a delivery perspective, but also from a system learning and how the system might have to change as a result of some of the learning for major digital programs to be delivered as simply as possible. But I think the Audit Wales discussion earlier probably highlighted how challenging it is in this space, where it is not necessarily one organisation to deliver. So I think, Ruth, the discussion at IQPD on the 3rd of December will get into that space, because I think it will become very apparent that there's very few milestones now to go at. So we need to reset and start to look at future milestones or change approach.
Yeah, absolutely. Deal. Thank you. Alistair.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And yeah, some really key points. I just wanted to note the links with the Wales Audit structured assessment that you just referred to, because they do seem to me extremely important in terms of the evidence of moving forward. So they've specifically stated we have an effective board supported by good governance, that we have strong financial management processes and a clear long-term plan, that we have short-term funding and savings from job vacancies present some risks. The particular highlight that we discussed earlier, and that's in the report, is the focus on stronger performance reporting and better tracking of organizational strategies. So it does seem to me that there is some very useful, very fundamental evidence coming from that report in terms of governance and strong financial management processes that really should be very helpful in terms of moving through this period of escalation. And just wondered if that's the way you read it.
Thanks, Alistair. Well, the one thing we do know is that Audit Wales, along with Welsh Government and Health Inspectorate Wales, form the three organisations that have the tripartite discussions that then advise the Director General for the Cabinet Secretary to make a decision on escalation status. So the structured assessment work is a key piece of evidence that they will consider. So they're thinking particularly, and it's worth just remembering, we're not in escalation as an organisation, we're in escalation very specifically for major digital programmes. So that element of their report, I think the advice that they provide on their findings, I'm sure will be taken into account as part of the tripartite discussions.
Thanks, Chris. David.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Chris. I had a similar question to Ruth in terms of milestones going forward. The bit that I didn't get to ask, which I'm asking now, is if we don't get out of escalation in December, what's the next point at which that will get reviewed? Is it 6 months hence or what? And therefore, that was part of the question around, do we need milestones going out to the next major review point?
Yeah, I think the answer there, David, is potentially. So because we're in enhanced monitoring level 3, Welsh Government can de-escalate us outside of a formal tripartite discussion. That's a new element to the escalation framework that came in June to give more flexibility for those on the lower levels of escalation to be de-escalated out. And it works the other way. You can be escalated outside of tripartite discussion. Because of the formality around the tripartite discussion, and there will always then be an announcement and confirmation of escalation status, it is the obvious time. I think if we are not de-escalated, we will have to have a discussion with colleagues in Welsh Government and agree an approach that reflects the escalation framework. So at the moment, that framework is quite explicit about the programmes that we're in escalation for. And it's very explicit around the de-escalation criteria. That escalation criteria might have to change, and Welsh Government might have to make a decision on whether the criteria stands. Because, for example, the stakeholder review action plan, if we've delivered 100% of the action plan at that point, there's nothing more we can go at. Similarly, if the milestones are complete and delivered, there's nothing more we can go at. So I think it'll be a two-way conversation. And probably, I'm hoping at that point, there'll be some learning from, has the escalation approach worked this time around, so that if we have new milestones and a new de-escalation criteria, that's built into that.
Okay, and the bit I'm afraid you didn't answer was, is there a fixed date where this tripartite come together with a view to reviewing all organisations, and when is that likely to take place?
Yeah, sorry, David, there is. So it normally takes place in June and November. So the November sessions just happened.
Okay.
If nothing happens in between, there will definitely be a tripartite meeting in June.
Okay. Great, thank you.
On the assumption that there is a third part in one of those parties, right? Which there may or may not be by June.
Yes.
So I think that is obviously very dependent on what happens in terms of a new government being formed next year after the elections. Diolch, thank you, Chris. Any other comments or questions on that? No, really clear. Thank you for that. We have received that report for assurance. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next item. Slightly disappointed my children aren't home from school because it's item 6.7. Audit and Assurance Committee highlight report. Handing over to Marion Wynne Jones to present the highlight report from the last committee held on the 7th of October. Diolch, Marianne.
Diolch yn fawr, Ruth, fel y gwelwch chi, mae'r adroddiad yma gwybodaeth A mi sylwch chi, dwi'n siŵr o fynd drwyddo fo, bod nifer o'r materion wnaethon ni drafod ar y seithfed o Hydref wedi cael ei gwyntyllu yn yr agenda o'r bwrdd heddiw. Felly dwi ddim am fynd drwyddyn nhw a gael adrodd hynny. But there are just a couple of things I'd like to highlight. The first is probably the deep dive then we held into the duty of quality. And that was presented by our colleague, Paul Evans, Head of Quality Assurance and Regulation Compliance, with us on the board today. So this represents a real step change for the organisation, and I guess, could best be reflected as a reset. The organisation requires a distinct shift from a compliance-focused approach to embedding quality as a fundamental aspect of everything we do. And it is mandated, as we heard, by the Health and Social Care Quality and Engagement Wales Act of 2020. So we received as a committee the associated risks and also considered the measures being taken to ensure that there is adequate engagement and exec support. And I think it was pleasing to note that quality appears as a regular agenda item as part of the senior leadership team agendas. So that's clearly a shift for us as an organisation. And can I just, before I finish, draw your attention then to one matter we discussed in the closed private session, and that was around a confidential update into a recent investigation by the counter-fraud team. And we also were updated on the recent failure to prevent fraud legislation, which is something also that we will need to take into consideration going forward. But that's it for me, but happy to answer any questions you have on that highlight report.
Diolch, Marion. Any comments or questions for Marion on that? No, very clear, Marion. Thank you very much. We have received that report for assurance. Moving on now to the Programme Delivery Committee highlight report. And I will ask David, the chair of the PDC, to present the report from the last meeting held on the 6th of November 2025. David.
Thanks, Ruth. I'll be brief. PDC Programme Delivery Committee oversees the escalation plan. We've already heard from Chris today, so I'm not going to go over anything that Chris has already said. We regularly do 3 deep dives onto our major programs. This time round, it was the Welsh Community Care Information System and the new programs taking place Connecting Care, digital services for patient and public, also known as the NHS Wales app, and our flagship program, the National Data Resource. There were 3 reports included in the highlight report, which I would draw the board's attention to. The first is the electronic prescription system requires additional funding beyond what we have at the moment. The LIMS program, there's some potential delay around the data migration of blood transfusion data. And on the risk program, there is some potential delay due to the revised date for implementation at Nair and Bevan. We also reviewed the risks assigned to the committee, but nothing further to add to the report.
Thank you,
Happy to take
David.
questions.
Very clear. Any questions or comments for David? Nope. Thank you very much. Before I move into closing matters, given we've jumped around the agenda a bit today, Chris, one final check. Have we covered everything? Yes.
I have.
Diolch. Thank you very much. I haven't been made aware of any other urgent business to raise today, but did anybody have anything? No. If not, then we will move on. The date of the next meeting is on Thursday, the 29th of January 2026. So I suppose Nadolig Llawen, Blwyddyn Newydd Dda, everybody. See you in 2026. Thank you very much.